Hello, hello there. Good morning, evening, afternoon, whatever time zone spiel you've got. I'm glad that you're here. I also just realized I forgot a Pepsi. I will be correcting that later. For now, I've got a happy little Powerade. And, of course, water. So, we're going to start with that, then we'll move on to other brighter pastures with that. Namely Pepsi. Namely Pepsi. Um, let's just see. Go through. I forgot to complete all my stuff from Friday. That's all done. Okay. Let's go ahead and jump straight into Factorio. Boy, oh boy. Also, Songs of Six. Been getting into it. Having a blast, by the way. Once again. Absolutely love it. Absolutely love it. What's the overall thoughts on Slave World? Sorry, Pal World? I like it. I like it. Not necessarily a game I would normally play, but there was enough like fun stuff, and I made enough fun for myself. I'd do it again. I'd do it again. I really like the hardcore mode and having to start over again. It makes mistakes that much more meaningful to me. So even though I lost all the progress I had, I don't really care because I know what to do for the progress now. So we'll just go at it again. Nice and easy. Oh, I didn't even realize it must have been a ghost update that I didn't see. Let's see, anything special in this? Turn this down just a bit. Mistakes like death by penguins. Yeah, well, it's because I thought they was just going to be the singular pal, but it was like an army of pals, which was wild. So it was really funny, though. It was really funny. Hey, ooh, wow, there's a lot of experimental stuff going on there. Well, buddy, you've been promoted to silver tier. I hope you're happy about that. Sorry that you're feeling sick, by the way. Thank you for the lurk. I appreciate that. Man, you did like the perfect combo to just like shove out a bunch of messages there. That's crazy. That's an edge case I'm gonna have to look into for next time. But thank you very much for that. Thank you very much. If you guys haven't followed Bunny yet, please go and do so. She's pretty awesome. We like her. We make fun of her, but we like her. Okay, so VR moves Mac. Don't care about Mac. Okay, let's see. Several new notes to the miscellaneous programmable speaker instrument. Set global is now universal. Okay, just a rename there. Blueprint parameterization allows selecting recipe product as a dependent parameter. We might look into that one a bit today. Merging and renaming Versatile's and Factorio PD. Okay, perfect. That's nice. And then just a bunch of bug fixes. Oh, scripting. This is actually important for me. Toggle menu leaves remote view, read write, change Lua entity. Okay. The platform. Oh! That'd be cool. Fluid visualization cursor read, added Lua pin. Add pin to return Lua pin, and then get pins and clear pins. Okay, okay. Cool. So, some cool stuff. Wait, is this... Oh, oops. There we go. I forgot to actually host that. Okay, so just a really quick spiel on what we've changed. The only thing that I did is I added, I came in and I actually did this. You guys might remember this from last time a little bit. If you don't, let me just kind of go through and explain how everything is now going to start working. So like I said, we're going to be moving away from this area for the most part, and we're going to be switching over to a more distributed train network, right? So it's all going to survive off of this stuff right here, okay? Where we have a molten iron and a molten copper facility that will then take these and provide to some of our luxurious, higher quality trains, which are very nice, by the way. Right now, it's not super active. This will get a lot more activity as we go forward from here. So we've got these stations, which obviously some of them are not exactly doing the right stuff. Why is that not working? Let's see, 288? That should be right. Oh my goodness gracious. There's a missing wire. That sucks. It's going good, Steel. How are you doing? Oh my goodness. Is that the same for... Oh my word. Just a random wire got pulled at some point there. Okay, well, I guess that train's just going to sit there for a bit because I don't feel like actually moving all that calcite. That's fine. It'll just live there for a bit. It'll get fixed as things go on. So, yeah, anyway. So, basically, we're now taking these stations like this that have all this liquid metal, which you can see when pulling up now. And they're all separated and according to, you know, what's actually pulled up here. So, all of these are separated. I want to see if I can condense this down to a single train stop. I'm wondering if there's a way I can change the name of the train stop dynamically, but I haven't looked at that too deeply yet. But this is just a little setup that will take both of our metal liquids, and then we cast that into the various items that we need, and send them down the line into our other stuff. And this is now able to produce a large amount of artillery shells, pretty much whenever we need, because we have to use radar for it, for each and every shell, and then we can load up cargo wagons in order to load up the batteries that we've got in various locations, which you can already see. They've done a great job of clearing out some areas already with just the automatic stuff. I'm going to need to add... I put one kind of in the center here, hoping that this was enough for all of this. And it's kind of enough. It covers most of, like, the main areas and stuff, but we might be moving up the artillery sections anyway in order to capture some more of this iron later on, depending on how long this run itself actually goes. Let's see. I do need to come over here and fix this situation. Because, the bugs have started getting a little out of hand there. I don't know how that happened. There must have been, like, a lapse in, some of the repairs and stuff. I might need to give them a little bit more space, too. I'm not entirely sure. Again, what happened with that? So I'm going to have to come over there and I'm going to have to fix that for later. But that's not super important right now. Like I said, now we're actually... We came over, we hit a lot of the problem wall sections. There's some sections down here that have been getting a little bit of traffic. But not much. Not much, surprisingly. There's like this has definitely obviously been hit a couple times. Just from like various colonizing parties that we have to go and fix. This section's also been getting hit a little bit. We'll have to go and, you know, update some of that stuff as well. But for the most part, this stuff has been holding. And now with the addition of these artillery stations, we can now keep areas clean. And now we'll only be knocking out like colonization parties and stuff. And then just taking the fallback of all that. So we're going to see if we can survive without the flamethrower turrets. I'm actually kind of curious if we can, but... My word, 110. That's a bit crazy, Steel. That's just a little bit crazy. Would you consider yourself to be obsessed? Perchance? Even if only ever so slightly? It's fine. It's fine if that's the case. It's totally fine. Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. You made it? I'm glad. I thought that you were never going to be able to do it. How has the weekend treated you, Famous? Have things gotten a little bit better? Wasn't asleep at your desk? Doubt it. Oh yes, of course, naturally, Steel. You would never be obsessed. Okay. That's what we're doing here. Now, Mobius, which we're going to go jump in the call with him in just a second, he is actually over on Aquilo right now. And I think he's going to be trying to figure this out. So let's go and talk to him. And then we'll get to a Kraken here. So I'm going to put him up over in the lock live. And he's deafened right now. That's okay. We'll just sit there. And we'll just wait. Wait for him to undeafen stuff. I'm getting the feeling he's probably going through and talking about a couple things. So I'll just unmute myself, so whenever he is ready, we should be able to talk to him. Oh, and I can come through here and check. There we go. That should be good. Alright. We'll wait for him. I'm in the call now with him, so it's all good. The blinds are closed, and the lights are off for other reasons. Yeah, I believe you. I never had a doubt. I would never doubt you. Okay. I'd kind of like to switch all of these smelting arrays, but I don't really see the need to, since we're going to be just disconnecting this eventually. We're going to leave this running for a bit. Leave it running for a bit, but it'll all be good. It'll all be good. Alright, let's see here. Let's have a look around. In fact, let's take the Spidertron. Let's just kind of clean off these residual marks that are around. Yeah, it was just a couple of little remnants scattered here and there that got lost in the sauce that we'll just kind of clean up a little bit. Try to keep our radar coverage a little bit nicer if possible. Get back here. For the most part, though, we got them all. There we go. Yeah, we're kind of reaching that stage of the game where biters are largely, and for the most part, inconsequential. Biters don't really matter to us anymore, other than just, like, you know, keeping them maintained at this point. But it's still good to keep them in mind, so to speak. I was curious, I just want to make sure everything is actually clear as far as this said. We are also researching the shell damage as well, because we want each shell to be, you know, worth a little bit more. Ideally, we want each shell to one-shot a nest so that they're a little bit more efficient in their usage. Yes, this should cover all of that now. And some of them got stuck on a wall there, that's okay. I did test the wall, I stayed by it while the initial clearing was going on, and it ran just fine, so everything should be pretty darn good. And like I said, I'm kind of leaving off the flamethrower turrets, even though that's usually the standard that I do, because I'm curious to see if the laser turrets are enough to deal with the excess and all that. So this is another area that we're going to be adding in our idyllic artillery batteries and such. And this one is in such a way, I think we kind of have to do like one here-ish to help clearing out all of this junk that's everywhere. And then we'll do another one down here at least. That'll probably cover this stuff, so I don't think we need to do this one like I thought we did originally. So we'll do like one over here. This one will sort of overlap with this one. Then we'll do another one here that'll then overlap. This is going to be a tough section for this small wall to beat, so we're going to have to probably sit here manually until it finishes with that stuff. Alright, so now what I want to do is take our little artillery section, and I think instead of right here, let's go more probably close to the water-ish here, because what I want to do, I don't want it to focus on a corner, necessarily. I'd actually like it to be along a good, solid chunk of wall. What I might do is, I might put it right here with the water, because that'll kind of help to alleviate some of that. So we're going to put this here. And then I want to do... Let's see. We'll just do the same setup like so. Coming down right there. And then hitting up that stuff. Okay, and then looks like I'm missing a couple of artillery turrets. So I'm going to want to go and fix that. But everything else should be generally pretty good. Yep, just missing a couple of artillery turrets. Then it's just getting our additional rails for all of this. So let's come on over to where I had turrets being made to begin with. Which was where again? What's wild? I don't know what's wild. I'm a very unwild type of person. Is this not where I had them? Non-domesticated animals. That's fair. That's fair. I don't know what I expected. That is absolutely fair. What am I doing here? Where's the artillery turrets? I gotta be blind. Oh, I am blind. They're right there. Alright. Let's do that.
Oh,
Okay.
hello there, sir.
Oh, hello! He lives!
He does, he does.
And how are we this fine day?
Oh, we are fantastic. We're loading up the Titan with a few more items, some steam turbines, and heat exchangers, so that we can actually generate power.
Right on, right on.
Yeah, because currently we have no way to generate power.
Yeah, that's fair.
Well, a fatal flaw in my design choice.
That's okay. You're getting it fixed. You're getting it resolved.
Yeah. Question for you.
Yeah.
Do I need oh my gosh. Like,
Probably.
if I have the chemical plants there and they melt ice, but the chemical plants need power to melt the ice, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So my thought was just put up a little like solar patch, like a tiny one. Unless there's a better way to generate power. I mean, obviously solar's trash, but I figured it was a good like kickstart.
Yeah, I was gonna say there's a couple different ways that you can do it. It just depends on, you know, kind of what you want to do. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Makes sense.
So you could bring over some initial fuel in order to, like, you know, burn and try to get up to heat. Or, like I said, you know, you could do the solar, which, again, has the drawback of solar being very lackluster on that planet because you're just so far away from the star. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's like, do you want to try to rely on that and the potential time that's going to take? Or would you rather try to get a bunch of burnable fuel that you could use as a kickstart fuel?
Got it. Okay.
Because you're going to
That
be
makes
switching to
sense.
fuel anyway. You have to in order to sustain anything even remotely reasonable. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. It's been so long since we've is it just a boiler? But that takes water.
For what?
I'm just trying to figure out how to kickstart it into getting it to work. For some reason, my brain is not comprehending this.
Okay, well, so you would take a heating tower, throw fuel into that to generate your heat. Yes?
Right.
So then you have heat. Now you need to use that heat in order to boil steam. So you would use a heat exchanger.
Right. Okay. Now I realize that I'm way overthinking what I was doing. Okay.
That's fine.
Wait, no, but I still need liquid water. That's my...
Yeah, so you'll need, again, a little bit of You need a little bit of power in order to get the whole thing started. So what you can do is you can barrel some water over in order to, like, you know, give it a little bit of juice to start it. Because barreling water really isn't that bad. I think, in fact, if you did... Let's see, can I see... One water barrel has a rocket capacity of 100. So you could just load up, like, one
Okay.
rocket filled with water, throw that in, and then you could just start using the rest of your water for it. So you could
Got it.
do solar. I don't like doing solar. I like to just bring a little bit of water over, because when it gets to the surface, the water won't freeze. Go figure.
Yeah.
Because your barrels are thermally 100% insulated. Don't ask me how.
Yeah.
They simply are.
Mm-hmm.
Same thing with your pipes too. They're also thermally 100% insulated and efficient. Be grateful.
Yeah, for real. Jeez.
The end of a 4-day work week. Ah, okay, yeah. I figured. You're all right though. You're all right.
How do I unbarrel without power? Or is that not a thing?
Oh, you can. Well, sort of. It's kind of... There's like a really cheaty way to do it. Bring like one solar panel. It'll be enough to get like one inserter to take... Move the barrel in, then you'll do the unbarrel, which takes like basically no power. So you can get away with a single solar panel to get that started. Once the whole thing's going, you can then just rip up the solar panel. You won't need it anymore.
Okay.
You can bring more if you want to, but you're usually extremely space limited.
Yeah.
Holy moly. Oh, I forgot we're not hooked up to the grid here. Oopsie poopsie.
Oh, Novice is
Yeah, I forgot to hook up to
experiencing some...
I forgot to hook up to the main grid, so some of the walls are just getting destroyed. It's fine. There was a little lapse in the laser turrets doing their thing.
What artillery research speed do we have?
What do you mean?
Like, I feel like those are firing way so fast.
Let's see, we got artillery range is up. Where's the speed? Why can't I see the speed? Oh, there it is. Shooting speed is 300%.
Oh my gosh.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because they're just laying down hate. Like, holy crap.
Oh yeah, I got no time to waste with these. We also increased the damage, so they do more damage per shot, which makes them much more efficient at clearing out stuff, too.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, this is
Are
why
you
artillery is
manually
king.
targeting? Are they
No, they're
auto-targeting?
automatic.
Oh my gosh.
Yep, so they're targeting and they're hitting them perfectly so they don't waste too much, too. You have a larger range doing it manually, but if you research your range up, the automatic range will also go up. So you can just kind of let them clear out an area.
Yeah.
Another thing you could do, by the way, for the power, let me see. There was another thing I did. What was it? Now I'm trying to think of it. Nah, forget what I said. Just do, like I said, just do the solar panel. You can even do like a high quality solar panel to give you just a little bit more oomph.
Yeah.
And then, like I said, once you get that one barrel unbarreled and you have the water going through, the rest will just kind of waterfall off itself, and then you'll be just good and solid to go.
Yeah.
Just don't run out of water. I forgot.
Not gonna lie, the artillery battery makes me very happy.
Oh, thank you. It's funny because you don't need a whole lot on the battery to make it work really well.
Yeah.
Especially now that we have the shooting speed up, so they'll just come in, they clear out the areas very, very well. And I'm
Yeah.
actually trying to do this without flamethrower turrets because I'm curious if the laser turrets are enough. They look like they are as long as you can keep them repaired. It's just this initial clearing out the thicker nests have like
Yeah.
really big waves that come in nigh on to non-stop. You just have to kind of keep that in mind. You can't let it just go or else they will break through.
Yeah.
But I'm curious if, maintenance-wise, if they'll just kind of persist at this point. Ooh, that's another big one. It would definitely be better with higher quality laser turrets that had just the longer range. But who's got time
Yeah.
for that? Who's got time for that?
Right. Nobody got time for that.
Nobody. Man, the artillery stopped firing a while ago. There's still, like, response parties coming over.
I can't believe it.
Maybe we went too far.
No such thing.
Oh, yes, naturally, naturally. There we go. I do kind of wish the map would update a little bit more with some of those red dots that are around, because I know that's just old information there, but
Yeah.
it'll update eventually. I think that's that. And I just have to come up and grab some stuff. Let's see, let's do... grab the perimeter nonsense that we need. Alright, there we go. Alright. Oh yeah, did you do any, like, research on Aquilo over the weekend and the week and all that stuff, or have you just kind of left it to chance?
No, I've done nothing, strictly because Assassin's Creed came out, and I've been no-lifing the ever-living crap out of that.
How do you like it?
Oh my gosh, it brings back memories.
Did they do it justice?
Oh, dude, it is phenomenal. Anybody who
Okay.
says otherwise is just a hater.
I'm surprised because usually, like, Ubisoft's been very disappointing recently.
Yeah, you know, they are not making very many friends with their content the way they're making it, but still, oh my gosh, dude.
But they scored one on this one.
Oh yeah.
Hey, that's
100%
good.
scored one.
That's good. Hey, he's forgetful. Nice! That's awesome. What kind of job did you get? Yeah, because I've got very fond memories of it, but I was very hesitant to even consider buying the resynced deal.
Here's what I will say.
Yeah.
It is not a $70 game. But
Hmm.
it is a good game to pick up on sale. Like, the only reason I say it's not a $70 game is because we've all played it before. Like, you know, like there's I don't
Right, yeah.
understand how they're justifying the $70 price point for it, but you know,
Well, they're justifying because you will pay for it and you will like
Right.
it.
Interesting. I thought that the the steam turbines would generate their own heat, but I guess not.
Yeah, no. That's a big no-no. Can't do it. Too much work. You know, when oxygen
Yeah.
not included, they generate their own heat. Go figure.
I mean, it would make more sense if they generated their own heat, but you know,
I agree, I agree. I am 100% with you on it. Let's see. Let me do this. Or just do the one chest. And this. This. What else was here? Some of that. Oh, wait. Oh, stupid. There we go. Oh, it's repair packs was the other thing. That's right. There we go. I guess we the resupply range. Do you think superheat steam wouldn't freeze and stay steam? You would think, but hey, this is where we live. But a warehouse work at FedEx, hey, there is nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that at all. The nice thing is that you have a job right now, and if you don't like that job, you can just maintain the job and then continue to job search too. So having any job is a big win, I would say. Big win. Alright, let's see here. Wait, what? How did this get... I'll just like, it's off by 13. Oh, that sucks. That's okay. Part-time, works with my education, has a $5,000 scholarship for it too. Hey, there you go. That sounds like a pretty big win to me. Let's see, I should probably... top off a couple of roboports with that while we're here. But yeah, that's awesome. The other nice thing about that too is that it's part-time, and like I said, it's working with your education that, and then if you still need that job when you're done with education stuff while you're working, you know, looking for other stuff, you could switch to full-time, you know, and then carry on with it. So very adaptable, I think. Let's see. Oh my goodness. Okay. Okay, normal stuff right there. Whew. I was gonna say, I hope that's not a major gridlock. It was just a normal little nonsense. Everything's fine now. we need to do a little chain signal there and there. We'll fix that on the way through. Alright. Okay, I wonder if the other guys are going to get on. I'm getting the feeling it's just going to be you and me tonight, by the way.
Yeah, I got that feeling too.
Getting those jives a little bit.
Yeah. It's okay.
Is it?
I mean, if the choice is nobody, then it sounds like it's gonna be us.
That's true. Just didn't know if you felt remorse or anything, you know, leaving them out of stuff.
Oh, I mean, they chose to send me off on my own over here, so.
Did they choose that or did you choose that?
Well, one of them said, I won't be here next week.
Oh, that
So-
is true. That is true.
Yeah.
I guess we can't be too upset about that, can we?
Exactly.
As long as there was some forewarning, I suppose.
Yep.
Let's go right there. There we go. Oops. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Oh, it's so close. So close to perfection. Ooh. Yeah, so with the black flag thing, is it still basically the same game, or did they make some pretty significant changes that you noticed?
No, it's pretty much the same game. There's obviously some like updated like graphics and stuff, but
Right.
that's the other thing. A lot of people are upset. They're like, "Oh, well, it doesn't look like a game that came out this year." And it's like, "Well, yeah, like it's not a game that came out this year. It's a game that came out 10 years ago, and now it's out right now." Like,
Mm.
I can't really hold their, graphics against them in that sense.
Yeah, I could see that.
Like it's just a reskin. Like it's not like they like went through and like overhauled the whole like system, you know?
Now, in theory, apparently they did a little bit when it came to like the combat gameplay and stuff.
Yeah, they definitely changed like the combat. Like the sword combat and stuff is different. You can't fight with your hidden blades anymore,
What?
which I know it seems like a big deal, but also like thinking about it, like I'm justifying it because like yeah, of course like he's not going to be very good with the blade, so he's not going to fight with them because he's a pirate. He's not even really an assassin. Like I thought it was kind of lame that he had hidden blades in the first game, or in the first time it released.
What do you mean? That's the whole thing. He stole it and stuff.
I know, but like he doesn't know how to use them. Like
I
so
don't think they're
it's
that
like
hard to figure out how to use.
yeah, I don't know.
Like, I don't look at hidden blades and think that's an extremely technical weapon there. You know what I mean?
But I think it's more technical than like okay, why is this not inserting? Is there no power here? Oh, it's just going very slow and burning the fuel faster than. Okay. I don't know. I kind of see the style choice on it, but also I get what you're saying. Like, it's an Assassin's Creed game; they should be using freaking hidden blades.
Well, so here's the other thing. The Viking one, Valhalla, whatever, you know. What's this bucket? But do you think?
Never played it.
Never played it. Okay, but think about this. Do you think it makes sense for them to have the hidden blade stuff and all that?
No.
Okay, but they still do, and they explain it that your Viking character, whether you're male or female, that doesn't matter and stuff, does not like it. Okay, they have qualms about it, and then they are convinced to use it because it is still a tool, and that's the whole point. Is that it's a tool. Does that kind of make sense?
No, that makes sense.
So now let's go back to the pirate. Why in the world would a pirate not use it?
Yeah.
Especially considering, you know, pirates are definitely known for not being afraid of underhanded skullduggery and whatnot, right?
Yeah.
So with that in mind well, you know, it's like...
I just think it makes sense, like the pirates would use the tool that's there, but like also like he has flintlock pistols and swords readily available on his person.
So yes, it's like flintlock pistols that were very well known for working 100% of the time, which is why he has to have like eventually upgrading to 4 of them strapped at a time.
Yeah.
But in the game though, they work like 100% of the time, but that was not the case.
And they reload super quick.
Yes. Yeah, he doesn't have to do like the normal BS one would normally have to do to reload those things.
Yeah.
He is incredibly gifted, if nothing else, right?
I'm just saying, like, from a super, like, non-technical standpoint, it makes sense for me that he doesn't have his freaking hidden blades as, like, a tool that he uses. He still uses them to assassinate. You just don't have, like, general hand-to-hand combat with them.
Which, still, though, don't make no sense. Because if you think about it, though, so think about this as well, too. One of the other things that is known with, you know, pirates and whatnot, that they were not afraid to like, assassinate and, like, murder and stuff. They're not afraid of, you know, the unfair fight, right? So a hidden blade is essentially just a dagger that sits underneath your wrist.
Yeah.
Which, you know, you pull a string with it, basically, and that deploys it. And then you just, you know, open palm, you're just pressing in, you know, one and done type of thing, yeah?
Yeah.
And then using it in combat, it would just be the same thing as, like, having wrist blades, because that's essentially what it is. It's a wrist blade. But instead of it being, like, on the top, it's at the underneath side. That's the only real difference with it. So
I'm still okay with it.
I mean, you might be okay with it. I'm just saying, like, you know, for me personally, I would rather that they keep it in, because it does make sense that he would be able to find a way to use those. And because that's the other thing is, pirates were also known to be very creative. Very creative, right?
Yeah.
So why wouldn't he get creative with this, too?
True.
And also, if they're going for, like, 100% historical accuracy and stuff, they would make most of the pirates look very ugly.
Oh, yeah, they all have their teeth and all that stuff. Yeah.
Uh-huh. Oh, yeah.
No, I get that.
Where's the scurvy? Show me the scurvy, damn it. Yeah, where's all the, like, health problems and concerns that come with that? And also, the women stuff. Do they have any of the women that are just, like, dead as doornails, anorexic? Because they had some of those. You didn't exactly have, like, fat pirates everywhere.
They're all rather, well gifted.
Yeah. Which, you know, like, granted, there would be some. I'm sure there would be some. I'm not doubting that there would be some. But all of them?
Yeah.
I'm just, you know, point being, I want justice for my Hidden Blade, like, gameplay, because that's how I played. Because I thought it was really cool. I was also in, like, the first Assassin's Creed, I was the dude that would always do the knife blade one. The one that was between the sword and the actual hidden blade itself
yeah.
that he had in the underhand grip.
Yeah.
Because I liked it. I liked the kill animations, and I liked the stance that he would take, because I thought it was really cool. And it was objectively very cool. I don't care what anyone says, it was very cool. Oh, whoops. I can get rid of all that nonsense, I guess.
Dude, what temperature do these things have to get to start generating heat or steam? Is it like 500?
Yeah, 500.
Jeez.
So that has to reach 500, but then if you look at the pipes also have heat that distributes out. And since you have these ones out in like in a ring around them, it takes them a little bit longer to get to that heat level. So you're going to have to go farther than 500 at the base.
Ah.
Yeah, so big trick that you want is you want to use like minimal heat pipes to just give them enough that they are heated, you know, and then allow like things to kind of pass through and flow through. So a lot of people get a little bit annoyed with Aquilo because of the weird balancing act that it could be.
Yeah.
But it's worth it. I promise it's worth it in the end. It has such cool stuff.
No, I didn't know that the extent of the heat pipes actually... I mean, it makes sense what you're saying. I just didn't realize that that was a thing.
A lot of people don't think about it like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's just something to keep in mind is each heating tower has kind of like a range. You can make the heating tower just run at a higher heat in order to increase its reach, basically. Which is a fine way to do it, and you know, I think it's even a good way to do it in some ways, but it can also be beneficial to use like additional heating towers at like different points as long as you have them properly connected.
Yeah. So would running like 2 heating towers next to each other like add bonus or no?
No. Heating towers don't have a neighbor bonus like the nuclear reactors do. Which is a good question to ask, because if you just assume that and then you try to do your math off that, you're going to have a bad time.
Yeah.
Let's see. Man, that's kind of an ugly little thing. It's fine, though. Okay, there we go. Yeah, at least that's the way that I did it. Was, you know, your initial little setup that you get going, and then you can just create the rocket fuel there. It's actually really easy to make the rocket fuel there.
Yeah.
And feed all of your towers.
Okay.
So once you get it going, heating will never be an issue again. It's only going to be an issue for this initial bit.
Yeah. Water, solid fuel, ammonia. Okay.
It's kind of one of the things where Gleba and Aquilo both, I feel like rocket fuel is just free.
Yeah.
Like, you literally have to do basically nothing at all to get it, which is fantastic.
Okay. Here's what I'm thinking. It'd probably be better to run instead of 3x, do it 2x. Yeah, I think so.
Only if you wanna. Yeah, the nice thing about Aquilo is once you do get it going, it flows very well. Like, very, very well. And it's really...
Yeah.
I find the cryogenic chambers to be some of the coolest animations in the game now. It's just kind of a shame that they happen so late in the game. And last I checked, cryogenic chambers do not benefit from the productivity bonus that the other unique buildings get. But they have more module slots, is kind of like their trade-off, so to speak.
Yeah.
So they're kind of more, well, I mean, modular because of that. So you can kind of adapt them to anything that you want, really. So I don't know, I like them. They're not everyone's favorite, but I enjoy them.
Yeah. And ammonia. Well, I feel like this is going to take some planning here.
Oh, yes. I consider, once again, Aquilo to be one of the planets that you should spend the most time planning.
Yeah.
Because your layout is going to be very important, because you have to not only manage the increased power draw, and you can't rely on drones as much, because, you know, they're just worse here.
Yeah, they're not near as good.
Yeah, you've also got the added problem that, oh no, now we have to deal with this whole you know, power issue that just kind of naturally progresses out of it too. But once you get your rocket fuel going, then power is no longer a problem, because your rocket fuel is just such a good fuel source. And then you can kind of use it as a resupply point as you're heading out to the solar system edge, and then if you go for the shattered planet to do like your Promethium research and all that stuff. Works pretty well for all that. Okay, where'd my other stuff here go? Must have dropped it all off, that's fine. Oh, a 3.4 million, a 6.8 million uranium patch. Oh, we'll never go hungry again. All right. We just have to watch the fireworks basically now. The best is watching them snipe out a recently made nest. Denied. Evicted.
You are no longer residents here.
Exactly. Okay, I think that's all good there. Just need to see how far the artillery reaches. I'm probably gonna have to do the last one though. Beautiful though. Gives us a lot more space. I'd love to see it. Oh, I wonder if that's a... I wonder if that's like a full water edge. Maybe there's a end over there. Okay, why are we not researching robot speed? Purple science? There's none? Why? Rails. Stone?
Stone is the issue there?
I guess so.
Weird.
Oh, none of the trains are doing stone. What? Oh, this is it because we're down to like this one stone mine?
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, okay, we have to add another stone mine. That's fine, I'll do that in a bit. I was like, man, research was taking off for a bit there. What happened? That's what happened. Okay. Let's see. Did it do the stuff correctly? No, it's off by a little bit. That's okay. That's fine. One little train hanging on for a bit won't be a big deal. Okay. Mick, you are not late. You have arrived exactly when you needed to. As always.
Hmm.
What's the hmm? Did Naz say something mean to you again? Is that why you said hmm? Did Naz say something mean to you again? Is that why you said hmm?
No, I'm trying to figure out how I'm gonna get the heating pipes in this thing.
Oh, yeah, that's fair. Imagine if I fell asleep sometime for the end of the stream. Yeah, most people fell asleep on that one. I don't know, I thought it was pretty fun. It's not a game that I would normally bring myself to play, but I'm glad that I played it. I was enjoying it quite a bit. Let's see. Do like this real quick. That should all be fine there. Now to fall asleep. Oh yeah, I'm not blaming you. Just, you know, most people were falling asleep during it, so I think it's one of those, like, maybe it's fun to play. I don't know if I was that fun to watch. Who knows? Let's see. Is it right there? Nope. There you go. Might be easier if I just do this. Just go down one. I only have to do this elevated bit. Leaving this up, so... First enjoy watching it? Okay. Well, that is a good sign. I'll take that. Because again, I'm never quite sure, so I always have to, you know, try to make sure I double check and stuff. I'm just paranoid though. Whoa, Mick, 3 in a row. Let's go. Careful now. I might think that you're into me.
I feel like that's not it either. Okay. I am struggling.
You're struggling? How much are you struggling?
No, I'm just trying to figure out how to make the layout for this, because it's like... There's obviously some issues with, trying to get all this to, like, be compact and interconnected, so I'm thinking of just, like... making it more, open layout. Or a little more spread out for the meantime.
That's fair, yeah. You can do it however you like. Because it's a free country. For now.
For now. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Not in me yet? Easy now, bud. Easy. All in good time, as it were. Let's see, I'm gonna go like so now. And I will just crash through that cliff. I don't feel like doing the elevated rail on that one. Kind of bring it over here now. Probably go like about here. Coming down. Walk that one back. Okay. Then right there. I'm just gonna blitz through that. That'll be fine. Okay, then I'm just gonna hold off on that for a second. And I want to make sure we got enough space for those trains to stack up if needed. That's gonna piss off a couple of trains because they don't know how to get over here just yet. Okay, now we can... Alright, then I'm just gonna take this, trim up a little bit. Come on, keep that tree there. Okay, and then hook up our power lines going this way. Yeah, it's gonna take a little bit of work to get this through here, but luckily most of it will be automatic rails here. Beautiful. Marvelous. I think that's all connected, right? Yeah, it is. Okay. And then we'll just kind of snip this. Trying to do like a mix of organic and non-organic here. When it comes to like the rails coming out here. I'm just gonna run through and just paint the power poles coming up. I'm gonna go back. Okay, and then gonna kind of trim this down and trim this back. Ooh, by a lot. Okay. That's not bad. Not the prettiest I've ever done, but... like I said, gives it all a little bit more of an organic, flavored feel to it. Rather than just everything being perfectly symmetrical all the time. So then this is just going to come all the way through. Between these. I'm surprised they caught up with me. They are like blues, so... there we go. Nice and gentle. Oh, I didn't want it to actually wreck that cliff. Whoops, I should have had the different keybind on. That's okay. That's okay, I'll get over it. I might not have enough of the rail signals to finish this off. No, I definitely don't. That's okay. Well, maybe, actually. Oh, we had just enough, it looks like, I think. Okay. And now we should see happy little trains getting dispatched over here. Let's double check that we're fully hooked up. We are not. Okay. Ah. We're hooked up to all of these things, but we're not hooked up to the main grid. But we do have trains coming over, so that bit's working. Unfortunately, now if I walk away, we're going to be in a bit of a pickle. Well, actually, I did turn this off, so we can go and fix that. Because I need to make sure these laser turrets can fire the entire time. And we can just preemptively load up a bunch of shells and get those all ready to go. That should be fine. Man, I love trains. And trains are wittowy the best. Wittowy. There we go. Alright. So now let's fix this earlier hiccup. Okay, now that's all good to go there. So one slight issue we're going to have here is that all of this is significantly lower on the turret wall. So this might pose a little bit of an interesting challenge. We'll find out. We'll find out. There we go. Okay, so I need these guys. Okay, I need to make sure we have all the maintenance stuff ready to go for this one. This one's going to be a bit of a doozy. I might have to double up on the turrets for these smaller sections. Come to think of it. Okay, we'll just do some of that then. Okay. So I need to do... Let's turn this one off. Let's do a perimeter. Go get that, and then this should be our final piece of the perimeter puzzle, at least for now. Won't that be exciting? I know I'm excited. Like, super duper excited. Tell you what. Alright. And then I can fix up the the biter egg nonsense in a bit. It'll be a good time. Very, very good time. Yes, yes, yes. Pull those. Alright. Is Aquilo going any better over there?
Yeah, I think I've got something figured out.
Okay.
It's a little roundabout way to do it, but because I didn't bring any long inserters, and I think that would have saved me a big old headache, but
Probably, yeah.
that's fine.
It's still doable.
Yeah. Okay.
Let's see
So
what you
that
got over
is
here.
for solid fuel that's putting out here. And then we're gonna make a rocket fuel.
Mm.
Which rocket fuel needs ammonia and water.
I feel the gears turning. I think you're doing great. You're doing a good job, by the way.
Yeah.
Ooh, I like the song. Behind shadows around the ground, nobody knew when to find him. No evidence was found. Back here, right? Aww. To do anything wrong, they get worse before too long. Billy, Billy, don't you lose my number, 'cause you're not anywhere. I can't find you. Oh no, Billy, Billy, don't you lose my number. You're not anywhere. I can't find you. Hey, Mike, how's it going? Billy, don't you lose my number, 'cause you're not anywhere. Billy, don't you lose my number, 'cause you're not anywhere. And I can't find you. How's the night? Oh, night's going pretty good. I think we finally finished our perimeter stuff now. I believe, at least. We're gonna see if this will sustain itself now. Oh, I gotta go and landfill that real quick. Oh, did I use up all the landfill I had on me? I think I did. Oh, no, wait, I threw it out. Let's see. I'm sure we can make some real quick. We can fix that up. There we go. Work on that shortly, but I could use other things here at the time of night. Sure, yeah. What kind of things are you trying to understand? Billy, Billy, don't you lose my number, 'cause you're not anywhere. I can't find you. That I can't find you. Woo! That's a lot. Cool. Those green level drones can take a little bit more of a beating, I feel like. And to do anything wrong, it's gonna get worse before too long. Oh, Billy. Just trying to remember. What can you do with this? You can enable it, set priority list, and set ignore target list, but you can't, like, read if this is active. Okay. That's a little sad. That's okay, though. That's okay, that's okay, that's okay. Ooh. That'll be a big test right there. See, if they take it head on right here, it's super easy. This one, because of that corner right there, is not super ideal, unfortunately. Which is why I kind of doubled up some stuff. But yeah, you can see they're already in pretty solid danger of breaking through. Because we don't have the full... It's kind of the same concept in, like, Bellum with the firing line. You can see, taking it at an angle right there, bugs are better able to get through and make contact. Versus straight on is way less effective, because you have your full firing power at the front. I have 2 assembled 3 set to produce gears. One is 4 Prod 2 mods, the other is none. Prod 2 claims to produce 1.86 a second, the other claims 2.5. I know the Prod mod assembler is lying, though. Yeah, it is lying a little bit. Because I don't think it fully... It might not fully calculate your productivity bonus in-game with that tooltip. Maybe it does, I can't remember exactly, but productivity is almost always a better option to go for. It does slow things down, but the trade-off is that you get extra stuff out of the same crafts, basically. Get for falling in love when you're enough. You get for falling in love. Your love is like bad medicine. Bad medicine is what I need. Oh, shake it off. Don't know how to math out to find out how it's lying. It shouldn't be too difficult to do. If I recall, at least. Like, it's all very straightforward math, typically. Okay, yeah, that's all looking just fine to me. I did lose a drone there. Again, it's because of that whole corner piece there. That's okay. Okay, now I gotta go add a stone mine somewhere.
So, I'm curious, Seto.
Yeah.
Is rocket fuel actually better than the solid fuel cubes?
For vehicles, yes. Technically
No,
speaking,
for
it's
heating.
For heating, technically speaking, no.
Ah, okay.
But
so I'd be okay with...
You could just go straight for solid fuel, yeah. I
Okay.
like the rocket fuel because it's denser per unit, but the recipe for making it, if you think about it, you get 100 megajoules, but each of the solid fuel is 12 megajoules. So you do 10 of those,
Yeah.
and you get 120 megajoules, right? So technically speaking, you're losing 20 megajoules per rocket fuel, but rocket fuel also
Yeah.
burns longer, you know, just there in and of itself, and it's easier to maintain, typically. So it's more
Right.
resource, like, it's more fuel dense on the belt. Does that make sense?
Yeah. No, that makes sense. Okay.
But if you were to take that same argument and then put it into boxes, because your solid fuel goes up to 50, if I recall, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
And rocket fuel only goes up to 20 per stack. So if you're
Okay.
powering it from a chest and you want to power it through the chest, the solid fuel will have more heat value in the chest because it has higher stack size. But if you're going on the belt,
Got
because you don't reach enough to get that stack size, the rocket fuel actually is more energy dense on the belt. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So it just kind of depends on your application with it. I prefer rocket fuel. I just like having rocket fuel for most things, but if you want to be truly energy efficient, rocket fuel is not exactly the way to go. You can just go straight for the just the solid fuel and skip out the
Okay.
rocket fuel step. But the way I see it,
Yeah.
you need rocket fuel anyway for launching rockets up. So if you're going ahead and making that, why not just use it for everything else anyway?
Yeah.
Because if you're saving,
That makes sense.
getting that extra 20 megajoules really isn't that big of a deal. And since you're making rocket fuel anyway, you might as well just turn all of your solid fuel into rocket fuel and then just distribute that rocket fuel anyway. Does that kind of make sense?
Yeah. No, that makes sense.
It's kind of one of those things that you can kind of get into the weeds on different mentalities with it.
Yeah.
But I'm of the camp that since you're already doing rocket fuel for the majority of your things, and the solid fuel doesn't really serve any other purpose, especially on the Quilo, if I recall, you might
Yeah.
as well just stick with the rocket fuel myself. Oh my gosh, this freaking stone is hiding under all that. It's 3.8 million. Yeah, I should add that. Okay. So to produce petroleum gas, the capacity needed for ships, which are needed for proper defense systems. Let to add prod mods to the oil system. Don't know where to stick them to the pump jacks, refineries, chem plants, or all of the above. It's saying not to prod mod pump jacks, but instead put speed mods to them. That is actually correct, and the reason for that is because these guys are infinite. So what happens with your crude oil, you'll notice this is down to 305%, and then like over here this is down to 170%. What happens with oil is that it starts with let's say for example, I can't find it right now. Yeah, over here. See how this one's at like 2,964%? A lot of these started out that way. So see, this one's at 2,163. They'll start off with higher percentages. This one was actually a pretty high percentage, and it goes down. It will eventually reach a floor. Yes. So they'll reach a floor, and your speed modules will then make it so, hey, since these are infinite, you might as well speed them up, because productivity lets you stretch resources. With the oil, you're not really stretching the oil at the stage that you're pulling it from the ground. So speed modules at the stretching stage, and then technically speaking, in theory as well, this is where things can get a little bit different. When you get to this stage, so I would say collection stage, speed modules, highest speed modules you can get in order to like have less of those fields. When you get to this stage, then it's kind of, do you do speed like I'm doing here, or do you do productivity in order to get more out of each wagon of crude oil that you go through? My mentality is that the oil is free, so do speed and crack it down as fast as possible till you get over here. Once you go beyond the cracking stage and out, so like these are all kind of old, but you see there's like some old speed modules there. No speed modules at this one. This hasn't been like updated in a while. But you do speed here because you want this all to crack down as fast as possible, and then you want the system to kind of regulate that. Once you go past this and you're adding in other products that are typically more finite in their resource patches, that is where you want to start putting productivity. Because the point of productivity is to make one patch last way longer, right? So that's why having, like, for example... oh, wow. I did not mean to do that. So, for example, when you come over here with these, we've got research and we've got the productivity modules right now that are allowing us to have a productivity of 119%, meaning at this stage, every normal craft of a blue ship, we get another one for free, plus 19% more towards another free one, just constantly, right? Which is extremely valuable. And then with these ones, we're only at like 89%, which is almost double. So we're doubling here, and then we're doubling here because we need to, you know, have greens for this one as well. Doubling this, which is then doubling the amount that's going into these that are also doubling. So the productivity kind of has like an ever-recurring return on interest the more that you do it. It's just slower at first, but then you have your beacons that you can offset that speed with it So you'll do, because you can't do prods in the beacons, so the idea is you do a beacon that has your speed modules, and then you slap your productivity modules on inside of your actual production building. Does that kind of make sense? So, kind of another thing you could do here, so for example, here with this mine, if I put down these big mining drills, these kind of operate on a similar premise, if you will. So I put this guy down. He's already got a productivity 30% coming from research, and then he's got a resource drain of 50%, right? Now, what's interesting is higher quality mining drills can actually do a resource drain down to 8%, which is insane, by the way. 8% is nearly infinite. Nearly infinite. So when you do like the research drain 50%, it's not exactly like this, but you can consider that you're going to take this stone mine to 3.8 million, and you're going to essentially double it, plus you have your productivity bonus on top of it. There's some math you can do that to get the actual value of what that patch is going to be worth in the long run. But the simple thing is that at 50%, it's essentially going to take that patch, double it. Because you're draining it at half the rate. So it's kind of like productivity, but it's not exactly like productivity. It's kind of weird to think about with it. But then, of course, you get your research with your mining productivity just across the board, which also goes towards pump jacks. Another reason why you don't really need the productivity mods is because they have productivity built into the research with it, so... Factorio math sucks. Quoted from Savage. Why does it suck? It's not that bad. It's fun math. Factorio is where spreadsheets are really fun, just saying. Okay, I can't really see this patch, so I'm gonna brute force this a wee bit. So I can actually see the patch. I usually like to leave trees and stuff, because I think they're kind of cool to have the mining facilities with that, but I literally could not see, I couldn't see the patch, so. Alright, so what I'm gonna do, just put this down kind of manually-esque. We're gonna go here. I like to give a little bit of space between them. Oh, I ran out of my other stuff. Yeah, okay, let's go drop off this stuff in just a minute. I need to actually blueprint this. I'm getting sick of doing this manually every single time. And then we'll go down like that. Alright, let me queue up my movement back home to go and restock. Right there. Hit a brick wall last night. Just super doesn't feel effective because I'm at 35% the crude production I need without counting factories. I'm planning to actually just produce a bunch of rare pump jacks. I don't take 25,000 patch down to skin and bones. Speed the pump jacks refine its product cracking stage then. Yeah, basically. Well, even at the cracking stage, I still will do like either speed modules or no modules really. Usually it'll be speed modules by that end because I want to crack and I want to balance as fast as possible, right? And then after you're done cracking and it goes to its end product, so like petroleum is going to plastic, that is where you want to add productivity because now you're adding coal, right? Coal is now coming in. Coal is a finite patch, even if you can make it stretch. The patch itself is still finite, so in order to reduce the amount of mines that you actually need, you know, and the need to have to go and create new mines everywhere, you want to increase your productivity of those said resources. Yeah, I think I got all the stuff I needed there. I got enough. Head back over this way now. And again, there's no right or wrong way necessarily to do this. There's different... There's different philosophies and mentalities when it comes to where you place your modules and stuff. And part of it will kind of come down to what is important to you and how you want to define your definition of efficiency, so to speak, which is different for different people. Go figure, right? so I can do this. Oh, and then this is another thing too, is you come over here and just drop 2 of these level 2 efficiency modules to reduce their pollution. It doesn't seem like a huge deal, but this saves you so much trouble later on. Legitimately, it does. Okay, and then I'll put... minus this. And that should cover the whole patch here. And then it's just a matter of having these guys come through here. And then I am going to place the train station out here past the trees, because I think that'll just look really neat. Let me turn this off, because I gotta... Oh, not what I meant to do, because I'm just ghosting right now. And then I just want to do... Did I recently copy a load? I did not. That's okay. That's fine. So I'll just do a simple 1, 2, 3, 4. 4, and... I've just got a bunch of greens right now, so that's what we're going to use. Okay. And then... Very simple. Just like that. So then these will ideally meet up over here. So what I want to do is I want to see if I can preserve the trees as much as possible. So I can kind of maintain this look. So we're going to go like that. Perfect. And then I'm just going to take this whole doohickey. Oh, it doesn't quite fit. Oh, that kind of sucks. That's okay. I can live with that. Oh, that does kind of suck, though. That's okay. And then I don't do the whole, like, lane balancer stuff anymore because I found a funner way to balance out stuff. A way that I like, I should say. Okay, so then this just needs to hook up to this rail, which I'm going to go ahead and do that right now, actually. And I want it to mold around trees and stuff, because I find that just looks more interesting. So I'm going to go like this. Wait a minute. I did that wrong. Yes, I did. Yes, I did. Okay. This actually needs to go straight here. And then meet there. And then comes back over yonder this way. And again, this is just intended to be kind of a just a different look going around here. I'm gonna go like this. Am I stupid again? I am stupid. I had it right the first time. I don't know what I was thinking. That's okay. Control Z is a good thing. Another question about our platforms. Do you have the energy for that as well? Sure, yeah, why not? Send the question. Shoot. I've always got energy. I love Factorio. I love the Factorio math. I love the Factorio problems. I like the Factorio solutions. I just love Factorio. I'm a shill. What can I say? Shameless. Okay, I don't want to do that. That just looks weird. That's fine. We can do that. Okay. And then I'm just going to do a chain signal here. That one doesn't work there. We have to do a chain signal here. And there. And then I just need to do a rail here to separate out this one, which is just going to be a chain. And then a rail to separate this. I want to create a logistics platform. Ugh. Spend as little time as possible in travel. This means 4,800 thrusters, but I can't quite invest less fuel because more thruster efficiency. Okay. So, do you know where to find that chart right here? The thruster performance curves? Single travel... 3 thrusters at 68% efficiency. Don't know if that's good or bad, if I'm doing something wrong. So, you can see over here on the chart, there's obviously like a couple different things. There's the efficiency, there's the fluid usage, and then there's thrust, right? So you could try to achieve this 100% thrust, which does eventually bottom out and all that. This would be if you want to go at your fastest. So you can see here when it's filled at 75%, is when you have maximum thrust, right? And at 75%, it has 55% efficiency versus the 51%. So you could, like, try to angle more for the thrust to be at 100% with this. But what a lot of people do, they try to hit this perfect little curve right here where they have efficiency and fluid usage, or they'll try to hit this efficiency and thrust, which is why people kind of target that 76%. So you said that you're going for... You got them at 60 to 80% efficiency. You're kind of in that ballpark right now with whatever method that you're using, right? But if your goal is to get somewhere as fast as possible, you have to go for the thrust. Which means that you just have to make sure that you are producing more than the thrusters could consume. Or you have to be producing the exact amount that they consume, basically. 100% efficiency or no balls. You could do that. You could do that. So that's at, what is this? 10%? But then you can see here your thrust is also at 10%. So you could do that. Mix, right? That is something you could do. I don't know if I would personally recommend it. But this is the chart that you're going to use to kind of determine which target you're going to hit. Because it depends on what it is you care about. 48,000 thrusters then. Well, and that also depends. Do you have higher quality thrusters too? Because higher quality thrusters have higher health. They consume more, but then they also have a higher thruster output as well. The efficiency percentages all stay the same. Because the chart does not care about the actual thrust itself. It cares about the percentage of the thrust. That's very important, which means that you could scale this up to any quality of thruster that you have, right? So if you're wanting to get somewhere faster, less thrusters, higher quality thrusters, especially because steel plate, processing units, and electric engine units are dirt cheap. There's no reason not to quality cycle these. Have 3 base quality thrusters with 4 rare quality chem plants per fluid component. You got 4 rare for 3 base? Is that right? I feel like that's overkill. Because when you're at rare, you're crafting at 1.6, so I don't know what modules you've got with that. Let me see here. Thruster fuel. And it produces 75. Which, is that per second? Or is that per... I think it's just per craft, isn't it? Hold on. Okay, these are doing 37.5 out of 1, so we just kind of take that a little bit half. Yeah. Does this tell me... No, just 0 to 120 per second at a time. I usually don't really care necessarily about matching these up. So I just have like 3 base for each one, and I've got all these, and these run just fine. Right, but you see here how I have all these thrusters, and I have less of these? In theory, should be at 66% fluid production. Right, yeah. So here's the other question. Does this run all the time? Because you say that you need to be traveling as fast as possible, right? Or at least that's your goal, right? A logistics platform spends as little time as possible in travel. Which means that you want to maximize the thrust per travel, right? I'm guessing that this is in relation to Gleba. And I can tell you right now, doing a setup like this travels fast enough, just fine. Your science is just fine. If that's like if that's your top concern with it. Traveling to and from tungsten, bringing back tungsten, calcite, and cliff explosives. Oh, okay, yeah. Okay, so if that's the case, then there are different ways that you could do this. I would focus on, rather than having more thrusters, increase the quality of the thrusters you already have, and then focus on feeding those. Because higher quality is less dense. Well, no, it's... That's not the word I was going for. Higher quality requires less saturation, I think is what I wanted to say. So you can kind of keep things nice and clean that way. I need to change this a bit. Just gotta knock these back a little ways. Because we could have multiple stone trains coming through at a time. Dang it. Yeah, that'll work. Less real estate used are good because they take up so much space making fluid that I have little space for defenses. Exactly, yeah. So just doing higher quality on all that stuff, as many things as you can, usually, and this isn't always the case, is usually better. There are some things doing them higher quality doesn't really make a difference. I mean, like, for example, belts at higher quality don't make them faster, right? They give them more base health, that's it. So, you could argue that having that higher base health does make them more durable for certain areas that you would want that extra durability. But, for the most part, I don't really see a need, personally speaking, for all that. I think it should all be fine now. Okay. Now I just need to hook up some power. Let these do their thing. Finally at your PC. Welcome to your PC. We missed you. Okay, then we're just gonna call this one... Oh, hold on. I gotta remember to do the dynamic train station. Or trains... Did I ever do... Junction... Oh, that was a different parameter thing. Okay, so I gotta do... this. As always. Get your brothers about internet security. Oh boy, good luck with that. Stay safe. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. I want to do... because I like doing this for balancing. I'm just gonna do each divide 50. This is going to be 0 and 1. And then I want to set the output side to be 0, 1, left if 0 is less than 1. I want it to be right. I forgot to put. Yeah, because what that should do is it helps to balance things out and keep all of this sane. And then all I have to do is do a decider up here that's just going to check on... what did I set stone to again? It's not showing up right now. Stone is just S. So I have to do S does not equal, I like to do does not equal 1. And then L is greater than 0. And then we just output the input count of L, and L is simply going to be this arithmetic that we're going to take the green wire across all of this. Take all this, and we're going to divide that. Divide by 5,000 to produce our limit. And do that on green. And we're going to set train limit, and we're going to call this load. I would join tonight, but not sure what else needs to be done unless you have an idea. Of course I have an idea. I mean, there's always something to be done. Yeah, there's always something you could do. You have only to ask. Like, we can always expand more mines, like this over here, how I got another stone mine set up because your purple science is lacking with it. You could increase your purple science output. That would be pretty helpful. Because the purple and the yellow science have both been lacking. That's just something, you know, that could always be done. Because we're also expanding out to do the distributed rail network as well. So adding more mines to that is just going to make everything a lot better, a lot more accessible across the board. Man, these load kind of slow. But this train should now be going over to that stone drop, and at least the purple can start to flow again, which is the whole thing that we would desire to see. Yes, 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 quite. Oh, so you're hopping on. Okay. I'll move you up. Hello.
Yellow.
How's it?
Tis the omen. It's good.
No, really.
Yeah. I got on a little bit later because I was watching TV with the wife, and we were watching the second season of Wednesday, so...
Very nice, very nice.
Really big Addams Family lover, and they've actually done Wednesday quite justice with how like she acts and everything like that with this series.
Oh, good.
Can't say I've seen it.
You gotta know what the Addams Family is at least.
I know what the Addams Family is. I just haven't watched the the show.
Do you even like TV?
Apparently not.
It's there. I don't know.
It's there. That's fair.
I'd rather watch like The Boys or something, you know?
Is it really just the stone that's stalwarting this?
Well, I mean, for now, yeah, but even when it's running at full tilt, it's still not as fast as the other sciences when they get here. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah. What's that? Beacon. Goodness effects of models nearby family entities.
Yeah, have you never seen a beacon before?
No.
Wow, someone needs to catch up.
Probably.
Yeah.
I can't believe you're like, well, I don't want to get on if there's nothing to do. There's always something to do. What do you mean?
There's always something to do.
Yeah, you
I
could
will
reacquaint
be
yourself
right
with
back,
stuff.
though.
Okay.
I have to pee really bad.
Aw, poor baby.
Just let your bladder explode. You'll be fine.
Yep.
Well, it seems. I don't know how exactly what is. I gotta see this thing running to see what the hindrance is.
What thing running?
My purple science here.
Okay. There should be some, oh my gosh, come on, brain. There should be some rock coming soon. It just has to kind of fill up the other stuff real quick.
Yeah, no, you're good. You are fine, my friend. I like how the plastic going over to the orange science, it's just one line that's moving, not both.
Mm-hmm. That is how it do be sometimes. Alright, how nasty do you want to get with this? Probably super nasty, I would say.
Yeah, I need to see this thing is at full tilt to figure out what the hindrance is. So I will sit here and wait until Stone gets here.
Yeah, like I said, it shouldn't take too long for the stone to show up.
I wouldn't doubt it with the way you run trains.
Well, the trains run themselves now. That's the beauty of it.
Like, I don't mess with trains no more. I progress. What are you talking about?
Well, I mean, I still have to mess with trains because it's still experimental, so to speak, with some of the stuff. But,
Yeah.
oh, what is that? That's just silly. What is this nonsense?
I mean, I thought it would
Oh.
be pretty cool to have some dips and dives through there, you know?
Seto, you'll get a
Yeah,
kick
not
out
like
of
that,
this.
though. Alright, kick me.
So, I was supposed to go to work last night, right?
Uh-huh.
Last minute,
Clearly
someone
didn't.
hits me up, and they go, "Hey, did you want your overtime, or do you want to like get rid of it?" And I was like, "I would love to get rid of it. It was a mandate for night shift on my like day off. Like, of course I don't want to be there."
Yeah.
So I let my sergeant know, and he goes, "Well, how long ago did you plan this?" And I was like, "Dude, literally just hit me up like 2 minutes ago, you know?"
Uh-huh.
And he's like, "Well, why didn't you plan it out ahead of time?" And I was like, "Because I was just planning on working it, but someone said they wanted it, so I'm gonna let them take it, you know?" He's like, "Well, you really need to plan these things out further in advance because I'm gonna have to go in and like change things now." And I was like, "You mean like the roster? Like you're gonna have to go do your job? Like, why are we having this conversation? This is stupid."
Well, you made him do his job
And
needlessly.
I made him do his job, and he was upset about it. I was like, "Well, I feel zero bad about this. I'm just laughing because like my supervisor was mad about it." And I'm like, first off, you're an acting sergeant. You mean fuck all to me. And second off, like, I'm sorry that you have to do your job.
Imagine.
Like, yeah, I was just like, this fucking guy. Like, what a freaking loser.
You gotta love it.
Yeah, I was laughing though. I was like, Really, you're upset that I didn't tell you ahead of time that I
Yeah.
have someone to cover my shift.
The audacity.
Like, yeah. Hear
the
me out.
unmitigated gall of that.
I'm not coming in. Aren't you glad that someone is taking my shift?
That's not the point.
Yeah, that's not the point.
You gotta be a team player.
Oh, don't even get me started on that. that was the whole reason. Yeah, nope.
No? Ain't about it, huh?
No. Okay, why am I brain farting on this?
I don't know.
Enable if temperature is greater than 500, but I can't remember what is it just T?
Well, are you wired up to the tower?
No. Well, I'm wired, so I went from my inserter to my reactor.
Oh, you run a nuclear reactor over. All right. That's
there we
fine.
go. That's what I wanted.
Yeah, so you
I
have to hook up to the
messed up.
reactor, and it defaults to T.
Okay.
I thought you were sticking with the heating towers. I didn't think that you brought a whole nuclear reactor over.
This is Mobius' way of saying, no, I want power fucking now.
I mean, that's fine and all. I ain't saying nothing against that bit of it.
I messed up bad, and I was like, well, I need to fix this.
Pushing enough rails. Enough of those. Enough of those. I mean, as long as the stone is here, this little setup seems to run, but it's not pushing out as much as we need.
Thank you, Dino. I appreciate it as well. I love Metallica. My wife's a huge fan of Metallica, though, last I checked.
Well,
Kind of a roundabout way to go about this, but it does eventually make its way to the
real
stone.
estate up top.
It's kind of ugly, but that's okay. It's ugly and it's slow, but it works. Yeah, you can
Debating
always...
on leaving this little. Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
So I'm debating on leaving this little small one here as kind of like a legacy, and then building a bigger one.
Sure, yeah. That's a fine way to do it. Because you could build a bigger one anywhere you want now. You just have to, you know, think about what materials you make on site and then what materials you ship in. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, truth be told, I probably could just make everything on site still, but
You could. Or you could not. Or you could do a little bit of both. There's all kinds of options you can do.
let me kind of think about this for a little bit. See which route I
Sure.
want to go.
And while he's thinking about that, we're going to continue to build out our stone.
'Cause this one works. It's just not outputting enough for us.
Well, I mean, yeah. So if you kind of look at while it's producing, if you look down at the labs, you'll see right now that they are kind of filling up, like about halfway, and it is steadily going up as we maintain things. So right now we're hitting at about 700 SPM, which is pretty decent, but we want more. So right now, from what I'm seeing, it looks like we're not quite making it to this one.
I like how these biolabs have names.
Yeah, every lab has a name. Even the regular labs have names. Completely over my factory, now redoing as well to support 12 beacons per smelter. Quality mods added and recycling too. Nice! Good on ya.
I was trying to find the original labs that we had set up. I thought that was here.
No, the original labs were here. I took them away. And I planted trees instead.
Ah. Like, I knew they weren't that far.
Yeah, I ripped those ones up to do these labs, so I didn't keep the labs as a legacy thing. Because I needed to keep science flow, but I needed to upgrade the science because we were hitting like... Oh, what was it? It was like 150 science per minute or something like that. Which I was like, nope, can't do that. So right now, if we could feed these labs more, we'd be cracking over 1,000 science per minute. We'd be hitting like about 13 to 1,400, if I remember correctly.
One of the big ones we're having issue with feeding is the purple.
Uh-huh. And it's also the yellow science. It's just the yellow science has a buffer right now and backed up. You can see over here. Especially backed up with stack inserters that are really saturating that belt. But it's going to slowly go through it, and it will eventually have the same issue that you're having with the purple.
Yeah. Where I'm only able to send like 3 to 4 at a time, and they're not even stacking on each other. It's just the bottom of the belt.
Yep.
Okay.
And it looks like it's largely due to because you don't have the steel throughput with it. So again, you could leave this in place and then go work on a larger factory with some of the new buildings and stuff, or you could try to upgrade this in place. It is completely up to you which way you want to do it.
I kind of like leaving this here as like a legacy of what I've done before.
Sure. Because what's going to happen is once you have the new facility, we're just going to unhook the train stations and leave the stuff to show like where everything was going, but then the train stations will just no longer function.
Yeah.
We'll just literally just come over, we'll click on it, and then we'll just turn them off. We just, disable the train. And eventually...
I like leaving the legacy.
Yeah. Because I was planning to leave this whole main factory and then just build out the modules and stuff. Like up here, it's already kind of started. And I was going to just kind of go along all the different rails and, spider things out a bit.
Yeah.
So you can contribute to that, spidery do, if you wish.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm trying to find an open space that's not exactly, that a bot can get to, so I can kind of do my planning. If that makes sense?
Sure, yeah.
I don't know how far our bots reach.
They reach pretty far. Pretty far, yes.
Best way to see is just by bringing up the bot thing out and see if it touches. Yeah, that touches things, so I'll go. Nothing here. let's take Joe.
Keep forgetting to blueprint this. That's okay. Playing vanilla or modded? We are playing on the Space Age DLC, but it is all vanilla. There is no overhaul mods or anything going on right now. The train system is our own design. How do I say your name? Iruga? Iruga? Yoruga? One of those ways. Yeah, I'm glad you're liking the playlist tonight, Mike. It's just it's the same stuff I usually do, it's just my liked playlist. It just has a lot of stuff, like, baked into it. Iruga. Got it. I will do my best to remember that. Iruga. Okay, I can rip up this in just a bit. Okay. See, I did not put a thing up there. That's okay. Needed the that's right. Needed the efficiency modules. First time, Cheddar. Nice to meet you. Yeah, I recognize you now, though, Iruga. You just got into the game, and it seems complicated. It's as complicated as you want it to be. So there's.
It's sad that I'm going to a different planet to try to build this. Because that's where I got like the flattest space and no bots to make me worry about it.
Okay, that's fine. You do whatever your heart desires.
I mean, I'm literally just doing the
Yeah, so
blueprint out here.
like I said, it can be as complicated or as simple as you want. Did you do you just have vanilla, or did you purchase the Space Age DLC with it, Iruga? Are you just starting with like just the base game? Because I think most people should start with base game. And have you played the demo? You got just the base game. Okay, perfect. Great place to start. Great place to start is on the base game. And you can do the stuff that I'm doing right now in base game. Just you won't have these big mining drills. That's a little bit of a different thing that you'll see. My friend.
Not even being trained out. Just spaghetti then.
Play demo and just automate military science for base is a mess. Hey. A messy base is still a functional base, okay? You want to see some messy too? I mean, look at this. So, this is a multiplayer deal I'm doing with some people that are relatively new, by the way. This is the base that they did. And it has, like, some form. There's, like, kind of a main bus. And then they went off the main bus to do a bunch of other stuff. And it's just all a huge spaghetti mess. But this is their factory. And they're proud of it. And they should be proud of it. Because it took a lot of time. There's also, like, some little people trying to do malls and stuff over here, trying to replicate some of the circuit stuff that I do over here was going on, all kinds of stuff with that. Spaghetti's a good term to use for that. It is a perfect term to use for it. And spaghetti should be respected. Okay, so what I want to do is I want to kind of combine these three into the two. So I want to do kind of like this. I'm not doing a lane balancer because I already have circuit logic doing some stuff here. So let me think here. So I've got these, and then the center bit. So actually what I should do... This isn't meant for speed. What I'm going to do here is a little trick. So what we're going to do is we're essentially going to condense these down to a single belt. And then we're going to split into two belts from here. We don't necessarily need to do this step, but I kind of like to do it. And then this gives two lanes that we can then have kind of as a buffer if they do back up a little bit. And then we have some circuit logic that will actually balance this section here. This is just the way that I like to do it, especially now that they added the ability to actually circuit control the splitters. But yeah, I do stream quite often, actually, yeah, and I play this one very frequently. We've been doing this one every Wednesday. Excuse me, every Monday right now, and then I'll do, like, extra days every now and again with it. But I play, like, a huge variety of games. I like survival games, I like tactical games, I like strategy games. Pretty much anything under the sun that catches my interest will eventually make its way here. We did Pal World recently. You know, kind of a lot of stuff. I didn't play it. I played it when it was on Steam, but it was still, like, very early. The earlier stages when it was on Steam, but I was unfortunately not one of the ones that played prior to Steam. I heard about it, but I never got into it. I wish I'd gotten into it sooner. Oh, I love Total War. I'm a major Total War fan, and I am super excited for Total War Warhammer 40k, by the way. I have been playing since the very first Total War, Shogun Total War, actually, back in, when did that come out? It was like 90s. Was it like was it 94? Or was it 96? It might have been 96 when that one came out. So, long time. I'm very old. I'm very old. I'm ancient. Respect, thank you. I appreciate the follow, too, by the way. Very helpful. Every little bit counts, and I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Let's kind of split these up a little bit. This might be a bit much there, but that's okay. Yeah, I'm guessing you're also a Total War fan. What is your favorite Total War that you have played? Or what's the one you're currently playing? I know most people typically are playing, like, Warhammer 3 right now. For good reason. I think it's a very fantastic game in its current state now. I used to be a big fan of Rome 2, though. I loved Rome 2. And I'm excited to hear that Rome 2 is getting a, you know, an update with it. Oh, and would you look at that? Another Rome 2 enjoyer. You gotta love seeing that. Crazy stuff, that. Yeah, I'm super excited for the Pantheon update. I can't wait. I was also a fan of Empire Total War. I went back and played it. I was like, man, Empire didn't age as well as I thought it did. I don't know, something's weird with, like, some of the unit mechanics on it now. I can't exactly put my finger on it. Just when I played it last time, I think it's also... It doesn't run super well. Like, hardware is too good for it now. And so it has weird timings with it. I had a similar experience with Black and White 2, where you try to pet the creatures, and your mouse is, like, supersonic speed. So you end up just, like, slapping you just slap the shit out of your pets all the time. It's really funny. It's sad, but it's really funny. Because you sit there, you're like, just a gentle pet, and it goes like, and it goes from, like, 0%, like the 50% to instantly down to negative. And then if you go very slow to pet it, you pet at super speed, and then you go instantly to 100% approval. It's really entertaining to watch, but it's super janky. It is super janky to see. And I love it. Let's do that. Let's do, like, a chain signal right there. And here, just to kind of keep things from going out too far. Oh, Dino, you know Black and White also? Very nice, yeah. Not a lot of people know about that one. I'm a huge fan of it. I still have my, in fact, do I have my copy right here? Yeah, I was playing it, the other night. I was showing my kids it. Because I've got my old copy right here of Black and White 2, the physical. And then I've got my Battle of the Gods expansion with it, too. Which is funny, because I have the physical ones, but I still had to go and get the patch, the community patch, to play it on the modern hardware and stuff. You played both of them? Yeah, I played some Black and White 1. I always thought the Black and White 1 looked kind of janky in comparison. Kind of, you know, like, Uncanny Valley. Which, to be fair, Black and White 2 also has that Uncanny Valley look at times, but I felt like the first one had way more Uncanny Valley. Mick, you knew Black and White? I didn't know that. I should have talked about it sooner. I should have talked about it way sooner. My gosh. There we go. That should solve all of our stone problems now. But yeah, I played like Black and White, Company of Heroes. I don't know if any of you played like the original Company of Heroes. A lot of people I know are huge fans of Company of Heroes 2, which I'm also a fan of that one. And then Company of Heroes 3 came out. I've heard it's gotten better. I don't care. I just play Company of Heroes 2 nowadays. Exactly, Dino, yes. So I'm still a fan of the first one, but I love what they did to the second one, where they had like I'm a huge fan of the Eastern Front with World War II because I like the German and the Russian dynamic, and I love that they added like the frozen lakes that you could like break the lakes in order to sink enemies' tanks and all that stuff. Especially the cheese where you put down infantry mines and tanks will run over it. It doesn't do any damage to them, but it breaks the ice beneath them and then you sink them. I made so many of my friends rage back in the day with that tactic because they thought it was so stupid. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, they really made the series suck. I'm very curious how this what is it? The remaster that they're doing for Company Heroes 1 is going to go. I am not pre-ordering it, but I am tentatively hoping that it's good. Very tentative though. Because I looked at the trailer for it and it did have some frame drops with it. But yeah, love the winter mechanics with that. Okay, so I've added 3 more stone mines now. Do I need any more? How's the... Yep, there's a good mix of all that. I think I should just go ahead and add uranium to these trains. Not for a while though. I don't have to do it for a while. Let's see. Yeah, I think we're good. Yeah, and that's kind of the same thought I had with Assassin's Creed Black Flag. They did that whole resync thing. From what I saw, and I was like, yeah, they kind of changed some things, but... Oh, okay. I saw red. Hold on. Omen.
I'm getting a.
I just want you to know. I looked over and I swear I thought that you were a bug, and I was about to come rolling up on you with a Spidertron because I was like, how the hell did they get inside the wall?
No, I'm creating my workspace.
Okay. I just saw red. I was like, nope.
I knew exactly what happened the moment I saw your like little cursor pop up right up next to my name. I was like, oh, he's about to come visit me, isn't he?
I was about to come over. I was about to load up a nuke and just come blast you. But I'm glad it's just you. Everything is safe. All is well.
I was trying to do my little building thing on just like an empty spot on Fulgora, and it wasn't working for me. So I was like, I'm just gonna go to a random spot and clear it out.
That's fine.
That can be like my little workstation.
Yeah, that works. Anything that works for you, bud.
I'm also trying to go to a spot where I know the trees are dead, so it's not gonna like affect our pollution or nothing.
Don't even have to worry about it anymore because we grow our own trees.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Black Flag and the resync is like, what? Yeah, I've heard, like, is it actually good? Because I was pretty skeptical seeing it. I didn't even check the reviews yet.
I was trying to debate whether or not to, like, make my own.
Oh, it's mostly positive. What do you know?
Not. I know it's probably easier to get iron is than it is steel. The only reason why I say that is because our big steel factory is doesn't even have a train set up to it.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I was trying to decide. I'm having some random like response to the server.
I think my game crashed. Yeah, I straight up can't do anything. I just moved.
Yeah, because it keeps telling me server's not responding and coming back, and then it keeps telling me back and forth.
I think I just let's see, is it even responding? That's weird. Okay.
Are you having issues, Tim?
Timmy. Timmy.
Even here?
Oh yeah, it's saying like every couple of seconds the server's not responding.
Okay, yeah.
Oh
So,
yeah, okay.
I'm
It's-
about to force the task to end. I'm gonna restart it. Well,
Okay.
if
Did
you
you
want
grab a
to,
save?
I can't.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, if you wanna just go ahead and host, I'll just join off you.
Okay.
I just alt F4 your string by accident.
Oh, that's fine. That was no accident. I know.
No, it
He
was.
did it on purpose. He did it on purpose.
I know it's not as
Well, it's
good,
'cause the
but
last time I
Longest
sat
Johns
there
is
and,
on my
clicked over to
it's on
y'all,
my
so
list,
y'all
so
stream to see if,
this one
you
comes
were
up
still
every
at
now and
your
again
desk
because my
earlier.
kids like this version.
And so
Yeah.
then I didn't click back into the game before I hit Alt F4, so I just straight up Alt F4.
I do prefer the Yogscast's like original
Browser.
version.
Okay, I got it up.
Okay, I just have to wait for my cloud upload to go through, and then I'll be on.
I think you are offline, my friend. Not 100% certain.
Oh, are you hiding, Timmy? Oh, Timmy.
Oh yeah, I am. Hold on.
He's been hiding for a day and 2 hours.
Why are you hiding, Timmy?
Because I was enjoying freaking not Sea of Thieves, freaking Assassin's Creed.
Ah, I see. Let me in, please. Wow, this is like the longest cloud upload I've had to do. This is crazy. Watch my Factorio just puked now. Just for no reason. All my data corrupted. Well, it's still uploading. Oh, there it goes. Okay. Yeah, like I said, I don't know. I'm all for like the originals and stuff of most things. Like I said, I like Diggy Diggy Hole as is. But okay, now I just got to join. What's the password again? Is it the same that I do?
Same as yours, yeah. There he is.
Yeah, like I said, that's the first time I've ever had that happen. I have no clue why it just froze like that. Because in Task Manager, it didn't say it wasn't responding or anything. It just stopped moving.
It was just like, nope, not today, Satan.
I guess. I must have hit like a very specific keybind that it, it took offense to.
Yeah.
The forbidden, the forbidden keybinds, as it were. Well, there I am. Oh
Hey,
wow!
I remembered how to spell it without having to look at the message.
Well, there you go. Isn't that
Proud of you.
nice?
Bloop.
Oh, now I'm gonna have the lag. No.
Yeah, welcome to the club, pal.
Is this what it feels like to be you? No.
Yep.
Is this the real life? Is this just fantasy? Nothing. Just pure crickets.
I was just admiring.
I wasn't gonna dignify it.
I don't know what you want from me. Like, I was just gonna, yeah, it's all good. It's all good.
Something just does not like the laser turds down south.
No,
I think those are called bugs.
This is just me reestablishing the dominance and the previous egg production that we so rightly deserve as the supreme beings on this planet.
Yeah, totally.
Beautiful. There we go.
Wait a minute.
Waiting.
Foundries can create steel, but then no, you need lava for a lot of that, though, don't you?
Lava. Why do you need lava?
Well, you need like molten whatever in order to do things with the foundry, right?
Oh, you mean like these?
Yeah, I like those.
Where are you getting the molten stuff?
All right. No context. Citrus or spice cider?
Citrus.
All right. Tough
Now,
sell.
now what's the context?
Oh, it's in a clock.
I see. I see.
Moving
Like,
your
this is a-
Spidertron remotely, and that was freaking me the hell out.
Said it was like, this is a family-friendly stream. We can't have nicotine.
You can. I can't.
Yeah.
All right, so you get it in there, you get it ported in. But where? Oh, that's porting out. So where are you getting it from initially?
Getting what? What's confusing you here?
Everything.
I'm trying to figure out. Oh, you bring the iron right into ore right in. Oh,
Uh-huh.
okay. Sorry, I'm learning.
That's fine. See,
So,
like I said, there's always
You're
something.
gonna like this.
I'm ready.
This poor guy's just too slow to grab anything. Yeah.
Yep.
What a sad man.
And it's literally just because of his rotation speed.
Yeah.
Can't keep up with that
Keep
corner bit.
trying.
Yeah, he's trying.
trying.
He's here for it, but he can't.
You just can't do it. So you want to see a really cool trick that you can do if you want?
What?
How many, like, what's the temperature you want that to get to?
I don't know, like, well, I need it to boil steam, so 600?
It's well above that, unfortunately, but,
Mhm.
so what you can do is you can hook up like this. And
Yeah.
then you can also have it hook up, of course, to the inserter, right? And you can have the inserter enable if that temperature is below, oh, hold on a second, 600, we'll say, okay. So right now it's just going to disable it. No, I guess I should do
Yeah.
greater than 600 because it's the opposite of that one. And then you can do the same thing here with the enable.
Yeah.
And you can just, let's see. Basically, you can make it so that this will actually turn off and allow it to grab stuff until it has enough in there. So what you could say is enable if the fuel in there is like less than 3. But what you do is you do like a greater than 2 type of thing
Yeah.
instead. Because then what that does is it lets you put it in there until it reaches it, then it lets it go through. But then you'd have to have like a decider combinator, ideally, to give it like a, if it hits the target temperature, then just let things pass through anyway. But it's already hitting that stuff, so you don't have to do that.
Makes sense.
Just something cool that you can do. I learned that doing Pyanodons, essentially, because you can't have like splitters and stuff, so you have to do some really creative things.
Yeah. I need to up my ice block production here.
Oh geez, oh darn.
Yeah, and I'm thinking
Whoa.
I don't need
What's
this much
nonsense?
water output for now. So I can take you away. few in there.
Okay. So. We can make steel. Okay.
Hey, Genesis, thank you for the
We
hydrate.
just
Appreciate
need
that.
some iron to steel.
And Mike, I did have the temperature stuff round. You're right. We corrected it eventually. All right, let's see here. So let's look at our groups. Intermediate trains is 13, and our intermediate depot is 18. So I could do like 5 more. One all things saves that Cloverly thing. Oh, you mean this? Well, you see, it started with some symmetry down here, and then people were like, you know, you could make that a little bit more symmetrical, and I said I could, and then I did this on top of it to prove that I to prove that I could if I wanted to, but I could also be a problem if I wanted to. It's beautiful. It's marvelous. I took inspiration from Utah's what is it? It's like the crossover area. Is it Bangor or Highway? I forget exactly where it is, but it's in Salt Lake. And it has like this really crazy, you know, like curvy stuff. Kind of looks like this. That was my inspiration. So I wanted to bring the suffering of my state to you. Do the raised rails help with intersections? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. This is not like a hyper efficient thing. It's really cool to watch it go. It's really cool to watch it do things. And they do choose like these pathways and stuff, but it's definitely not. It is a detriment. Absolutely. Absolutely a detriment. So we got one there, and I put one over here as well, just because it was funny. What else? Where else do we have it? Are those the only 2 places? I think it's the only 2 places I did that. We do it because we like it, and that's really all that we need it for. Oh, there is purple trickling in. Okay. Let's see. I was doing automatic science. I had to kind of stave that off for a bit. What kind of science would they appreciate? Should I do mining productivity since we just have like... I'm sure we got 2,000 mixed into the mines and stuff. I'm sure. Possibly, maybe, potentially. But we're gonna do it. They have 336. Yuck. See, if we could actually fill it up, this thing cracks 1,000 easily. The problem is, you know, feeding it right now. Took months, but I got it. Congratulations, Ryder. All right. VIP that man right now. I'll go get that right now. Let me see here. So I need to make that automatic. I always forget because people just don't do it for a while. M16 Rodder. There he is. VIP that man. Elevate him. Thank you for your service, Ryder. Oh, now Mike wants to be cool too, I guess. Okay. You know, it was cool when Ryder did it, but I guess you could do it as well. Whatever, Mike. Whatever.
And
Alright, let's get Mike over here.
Dan?
Mega Mike 1. Ooh, why are there so many Omega Mikes? Is this the right one? Hold on a second now. Now I gotta make sure. Mega Mike 101. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, I'm hoping this is the right one. We're gonna find out. We're gonna find out right now. It should be the right one. VIP, you say? VIP, yes. It's up there. There are points for it. You can, for a low, low price. Yes, everyone wants to be VIP. Won't be here much? I know. It's the Clover. It's the Clover intersection, isn't it? I understand, Dino. I understand the Clover intersection's a real turnoff. I understand if you don't want to come around. The Clover of Hell. I'm very sorry about that. But it was funny, and I've dug my grave, and I understand, Dino. I understand. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Oh, man. You can't have everything be 100% efficient all the time, you know. VIP check. Well, I know VIP. Did you pay the... Did you pay? Hmm? Did you pay for it? Because I'm seeing over here, in the list, we had Mr. Dino with the follow. We thank him again. Oh, wait, there it is. Never mind. Sorry, Mick. I was making fun of you. Forgive me, Mick. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Mick. Hang on a second. Wait, is that the right one? No way that's your profile pic. Hold on a second. Oh my gosh, Mick, are you a whammon? Mick, are you a whammon? You're so cute. Look at that profile pic. Oh my gosh, I gotta look at that closer. Oh my gosh. I'm just kidding. Can do whatever you want me to. Man, it is a day and age. It is a day and age, isn't it? Wham on. Hey, wait, what's this? Bullshit. Why is there calcite still there? Oh wait, yeah, that's the one that I had a wire disconnected on accident. I forgot. So this is still sitting here, waiting to actually be free. Yup. My bad. Whoops. Don't worry, once we actually get through using stuff, it'll be free. Maybe. Possibly. Look, could I just, is there space in the... Oh, there's some space. Hold on. Hang on, I got this. I got this. I'll free it so we can go and do stuff again. Nice. Oh. Okay, here's one. Yep. Be free, my child. Go. Fly. Let's see. Okay, you're gonna go back to the... Oh, right, you're an ore train. You're not an intermediate train. You're not the one that I'm concerned about right now. That's okay. That's fine. Everything's fine. Okay. Now that we had the whole spree of VIPs, is everybody happy now? Is everyone okay? Y'all are so needy sometimes. You ever thought about that? Just how needy you can be? Where's my Spidertron? Come back, Spidertron. Let's see. Intermediate trains. So we can add an additional 5. And so I think we shall. I know I just said, where's my Spidertron, and I just immediately walked away from it. Don't read into it too much. Don't read into that too much, alright? Just relax a little bit. Never be okay, as I can never unsee that horror. Hey! That's my baby. That's my baby you're making fun of over there. I feel paranoid about letting someone do. It's 1, 2, it's 3, 4, and 5. Alright. Can now post links. I want to see a headless cartel member. Not here. Relax a little bit, Mike. Jeez. Kind of just happens. Welcome to the internet, I guess. True. True. These things, they just go down that way, don't they? Also, Maldor96. Welcome. Nice to have you. 96, is that a birth year? I'm a 94 myself. You know? Where's my uncommon rails? Wait a... Not my uncommon rails. Stupid. Where's my uncommon wagons? Where do those go? Right here. What? Oh my gosh, it got full. Oh no, the design. The design is silly. The design is flawed. Not that far then. Twitch won't let me get rid of it. Oh. Oh, I'm sorry. It's okay. It's all good. Here, let me, pull some of that out. There we go. Now we should start to see things back. Crimes have been committed. I'm trying, Mick. I'm trying, okay? It's not as green as it could be. I've been trying to plant trees and be a good person, okay? I'm trying. I'm trying so hard. No recipe. What? Oh my gosh. How did I break this? I'm very impressive at breaking these things. Oh, duh. I need to turn this off for a bit. No, don't do that. Definitely don't do that one. Let me pull those ones real quick. What's this doing? Enable if... Ah, yes. I see. I see the new problem there. Okay, now it's gonna all be... Now it's all gonna be good. Yeah, I just have to go through the overabundance of materials that we had there. Whoops. I am trying. Come on. Have a heart for me. Do you want to see enjoying it? Absolutely. 2.1 is great. Absolutely loving 2.1. I love all the changes. I love the platform-to-platform stuff. I love the designating the separate circuit connections and stuff. Makes it way easier to make stuff like this, so... Ours broken, so I took yours. Exactly. I'm not trying to be mean. I'm not trying to be a bad guy. Just sometimes I turn out to be a bad guy. I'm sorry. Okay, did we... Okay, yeah, all those trains went through, they got refueled. And they did not go and pick up extra of the others. Okay, perfect. That's what I was wondering. That's what I was wondering. That's good. Okay. That's the correct amount of stuff that I was expecting to see. Nobody ever intends to become the villain. Well, that's not true. They just don't tell you that they intend to become the villain. Alright, that's perfect. That's looking good. Okay. Can't wait. Unfortunately, got to do runs where their base mods haven't had 2.1 updates yet, so I can't enjoy it. Oh man, I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, that's too bad because the quality of life features in here are pretty stellar. I'm not gonna lie. We're gonna do that just to kind of increase the speed of some stuff. Oh, I guess that one actually doesn't need it because that only pulls in the full wagons when needed. Okay. Okay, now I can just let that be for now. Let that be, let that be. Destroyed. Oh, yeah, that happens sometimes. That's okay. Here, let's see. Okay, sorry I've been away for a little bit. How's it looking over here, Omen?
Ran into some design flaws already, so I'm having to reevaluate.
Oh, okay. What,
Right now, I'm just trying to do the steel production for it.
Okay, okay.
And I'm not going small by any means, since steel was the main issue.
Yeah, that's fine. Go big. Go loud. Go proud, dang it.
I was initially trying to do
the experimental
my piping
2.1.
and my belts one way, and it's not going to work, so I got to redo my.
Are you not
piping.
familiar, Dino? They're really good. I'm just saying. A lot of really good stuff, such as like on your radars, being able to hook up and then designate surface versus universe, and then you can just set a universal channel with some like symbol. No, there are a lot of things. There are a lot of really cool things too. Dang it. A lot of cool things. So are you planning to do the whole thing from the ore stage, kind of like what Pistachio was doing, or?
So I already have a pretty decent system down here for red chips.
Okay.
So I was planning on like just having my red chips kind of trained in.
No, you don't need a new map.
So like whenever this legacy
No, just
goes
switch to
away, I was
experimental. If
planning
you're
on
not on any mods,
utilizing
you should be
this
fine.
Train stop instead of the pull in. It was going to push out the red chips.
I see. If you do have mods, you got to check
'Cause
your
once all
mods and
this
see if they're
goes away down
compatible.
here, then my red chip factory here isn't going to be as taxed for things, so it should be able to function a little bit smoother.
Right, but then how are you going to get those red chips out?
By train.
Okay, but how?
I'll cross that bridge in a minute. Let me finish my bit.
Okay, all right. Either way,
Let me
either way.
let me work on task one of getting the steel production done.
Okay. I'm sorry. Jeez, so touchy.
Wait,
All right,
where
let's
is
go to
Omen at
the-
right now? Is Omen on Fulgora?
No, he's on.
I'm on Novice.
He's on Novice. He's
Oh, okay.
redoing his science design.
That was so encouraging.
Didn't change terrain generation.
Oh, I was like,
16,
where is he
17.
at?
Yeah. I can say most of these you can just transfer over 1-to-1. Again, unless you have like something with mod compatibility that prevents you from doing it, but you should be fine. We did it in our run over here, but we don't have any mods on either, so just keep that in mind. It's Cractorio. Exactly. You can't put it down. Once you start, you can't put it down. Now, Timmy, I'm liking what I'm seeing over here.
What are we seeing over here?
Just everything's flowing, everything's moving, it's cruising.
Oh, yeah. And then, like, the recyclers are set up to only turn on when there's less than 200 on the, or more than 200 on the belt.
Mm-hmm.
So if there is a backup on ice, we're at least still producing ammonia. Because that was an issue for a second there. Figured that out. Obviously,
That's
there is
fair.
some spaghetti mess going on in the middle, but, you know, we're getting there.
Slowly but surely, yes.
Yeah.
Alright, so now that you got this all flowing, you've got some nice fuel and all that. What's next? What's the next step?
Next plan is to build out our platform. So I was just gonna, I mean, it's gonna take a while because the ice chunks take a while to build. But once we get that going, then I want to build out the next part, which is the fluorocane or whatever the crap that is. The liquid that you have to heat and cool.
The fluoroketone?
Fluoroketone. Yeah, there we go. And that's going to require some cryo chambers, if I'm not mistaken. My one question is the superconductors. I have to import those, or is that something I can make here?
No, you have to import those.
Okay, that's
So
what I thought.
Aquilo is where you start to now begin to see that if you weren't doing any interplanetary logistics up to this point, this is where you are basically forced into interplanetary logistics
Yeah.
in order to make the stuff that you want. Yeah, so the biggest thing right now is just it's the superconductors that you have to bring in for that. But then if you want to build, I think it's the what is it? Yeah, the railgun. That's going to require superconductors, tungsten plate, carbon fiber, and then quantum processors. So something from all 4 planets, right?
Yeah.
So you need the tungsten from Vulcanus, superconductors from Fulgora, carbon fiber from Gleba, and then the quantum processors from Aquilo itself, plus the the fluoroketone as well.
Yeah. Aw, man.
But they
I
are
knew I forgot to
quite
take something out.
juicy. They are quite juicy. I'm just saying.
Yeah. I forgot to grab the robo ports from my thing to start auto building the platform here.
For shame.
It's okay. It's okay.
Irish Fulgora first to get the recycled was your plan of order. When I first did Space Age, I personally went to Vulcanus first in order to get foundries and to get the green belts. Then I went to Gleba, and then I went to Fulgora. A very traumatic experience you had going to the mailbox. Oh, and why do I care? There you go, Steel. I contributed to the conversation. Someone slowed down driving next to her and said, "What's up?" What? That's crazy. That's insanity. But yeah, that's what I did on my first one. Now, I like doing the, I like doing Gleba as soon as possible because I like to have those biolabs as soon as I can. But I have tried doing Fulgora first. I actually really like Fulgora. I think of all the planets, I find Fulgora and Gleba to
once
be
we
my
get that
two top
going,
ones that I really like.
We can start
Just
working
'cause of
on
how
the other
different
stuff for now.
Your processing is with those. Ads?
See
Dang it.
If I want to make the
I
cryo
didn't see the
chambers,
ads.
we need
Here.
processing units, super.
While those ads are running, let me run and get a drink then. Don't know how she survived. That's right, okay. Since we got the ads running, let me just run to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Give me just like 2 shakes here, okay? So just, like I said, 1 second. Okay. We're back. Ooh, with 30 seconds to spare. Let's go. All right.
Also, yeah, that works. The other thing you could do, and it's super ugly. Let's see, hold on. Let's say we did that.
Holy shit, what am I witnessing?
He was just telling me about beacons, which means now I've got to revamp this entire thing again.
You sound like you're offended that you have to revamp it. I'm sorry, he told you a better way to do it.
I mean, I just got it set and everything. And I thought through everything, and he said, "Well, you got beacons. What are beacons?"
So you also know, because we're already melting ore somewhere else, you can just ship in the molten ore, right?
I didn't think
That's
of that far.
also. I was gonna introduce you to belt weaving.
Do not
Except you
corrupt my mind at the moment, please.
you don't even need belt weaving for this.
Well, no, I'm just saying, like, if he wanted to have like a super like condensed, like high efficiency thing, like.
Joe said I can have as much room as possible. Okay.
Oh,
Oh
okay,
yeah, I
yeah,
mean,
good.
I'm just saying, like, if you want to make it a little easier on yourself, you don't have to go from ore all the way through. Like you can just bring in the liquid metal if you want, but if you want to go through the ore and all that, there's nothing stopping you. Yeah, don't worry about belt weaving, because belt weaving is black magic, and there's very few instances that you actually need to use it. Until you start getting like higher quality stuff, then you might have times that you want to use that.
All right. If I want to incorporate beacons into this,
Sure, yeah.
You could do okay, so just take there you go. That's your spacing right there.
already can pipe in the liquids. That essentially takes that away.
Alright. You keep on trucking on with that.
Okay, so if my spacing is like that.
Oh yeah, I love HCDC. So I grew up in a town. I'm still living in that town, by the way, where they had only a few stations. There was one. Well, there's multiple for country. There's 94.5, which is the kind of like your sort of pop music, or it's mostly just like kind of whatever's generally popular in the area at the time. And then you have 95.7, the Wolf. No, the Boss. Excuse me. The Wolf is the one that's the hardcore doing the country stuff. 95.7, the Boss, is classic rock. And my dad listens to that nonstop, and I listen to it as well. And my dad used to do a lot of like DJing and stuff in high school. He actually did that in order to help pay for college some. So he's got like some of the older the V8 the not the VHS the tapes, the cassette tapes. That's what I was trying to say. He's got like all these cassette tapes with different songs on them and stuff. He's transferred them all digitally, but he still keeps the cassette tapes because they're gorgeous. They're beautiful. There's a place in space constrained builds. You belt weave spaghetti. You don't normally need it. To call it black magic models, like so to the Italian Factorio chef. But belt weaving, belt weaving literally is black magic, though. Museum pieces, I know, right? I still got some floppy disks around that I keep just for my own convenience and my own memory, basically, because I love floppy disks. The smaller ones, not the massive ones. I don't have any of those. I wish I had some. I wish I had some because those were super cool. I got to see a few of them. My dad's got some old some of the old spinning drives that were the larger ones that he's got the bottom case open, so you can see the actual discs in there with the little the needle and everything. They're super cool to see. He's got a couple of older RAM sticks he uses as like bookmarks and keychains too. Just insulted enough for you to understand the old magic. I mean, I use it. I don't have to understand it to use it. In the Factorio world, I am considered stupid, and I understand this. I'm very dumb. But no one has a good explanation for the black magic that is belt weaving. I'm just saying. Oh, you're a Gen Xer, are you? Oh boy. There when the internet and AOL was born, man. So since I was born in '94, and it's kind of a weird time to be born because I'm old enough to remember, like, having to deal with dial-up and sitting there waiting for dial-up, and having to, my mom telling me, I'm gonna have a call here in a few minutes. Get off the internet, and I don't wanna. I'm trying to play my game and all that stuff. Or, Mom, I gotta get on. Like, what was the one I was playing with friends back then? It was like just as it came out. RuneScape, that's what it was. King's Quest. I was doing RuneScape when that one like faded around. I think I was in what was it? I think it was RuneScape was about middle school, I think, is when that hit. Sorry, on BBS games. Yeah, I remember doing like Cartoon Network was the one that I would gravitate towards. Same time as you betting? Oh, probably, yeah. Most likely. Technology existed, not stuff with the I didn't read that before Baldor. That's hilarious. That's hilarious, but yeah. Oh, man. I completely lost track of what I was planning to do here. RuneScape was published on January 4th, 2001. Okay, so let me think. I don't think I did it right when it came out then, because 2001, I would have been 7 years old. And I was playing games, but I was playing like Shogun Total War, and then Medieval Total War after that. And then Rome. Rome was really big. Freaking Rome was... I remember my jaw dropping when Rome came out. Try RuneScape 2. Yeah, they call real RuneScape old school RuneScape now. That's crazy. That's crazy, man. Rome, that's memory, man. I remember sitting there and thinking to myself just how incredible the graphics in Rome were, and oh wow, like I could see all the units moving, and oh, I could see him physically whacking, like that barbarian. It's so cool. Oh, the detail, and oh my gosh. Oh, the siege battles, the walls are crumbling. Oh my gosh. Oh, is RuneScape 2 now OSRS? Oh, man. Maybe I never played the original RuneScape then. Huh. That's trippy. Because, like I said, I think it was about middle school when I was playing it, because I had a friend that played it and wanted me to play it more. Because he wanted friends to play it. That would have been when I was in... Might have been 7th grade. I think it was like halfway through middle school. What's the age of that? Would I have been like 13? Maybe. I think I was maybe 13. So that would have put us at 94. So like 2007, I guess, is about the time that I'd go in. Because I didn't really do online until... I wasn't really big into online.
You trying to outdo my
high
design,
school.
Mobius?
No, I made a little tileable piece.
I remember the trash graphics. I do remember some of League's old graphics. I didn't get into League when it first came out. I got into League at Season 4, I believe is what it was. That was mostly because I met my wife, and she and her family
they're
got
both,
me into League.
Like, yours is good. I like it.
Oddly never discovered RuneScape in
Because
the light.
one beacon is touching
just fine. You think so? Yeah, I don't know. Because, like, holy cow. I actually went back and played Shogun Total War, and I never realized how quiet it is in the strategic map or like the campaign map, and how bare bones it is. I was shocked because I remembered thinking that it had all these features in it, and it just didn't. So I have like I think I have all of Total Wars on Steam now, minus Rome Remastered, and I don't have the original Rome because I have my physical copies somewhere, and I've got my physical copy of Empire and Medieval 2. Oh, where is the Medieval 2 one now that I think about it? I think I have a bot. I think it's in the. I think it was actually next to Black and White 2. Now that I think about it, I'm pretty sure I saw it in there. I'm pretty sure I saw it in there. And then I played Shogun 2. Shogun 2, by the way, fantastic game. Love that. And then Three Kingdoms. I never thought that I would like Chinese history. I'm not usually a fan of it. I actually really like Total War Three Kingdoms, and I am really sad that they've basically just stopped development on it entirely. But discovered the other day that Flash games are louder than I remember. I had to turn down my speakers for them. Oh yeah, Flash games were always loud and proud. Always loud and proud. I remember that. What was I played like? What was the one website? Because there was Cartoon Network. I played on that one a lot. I did PBS Kids because they had some, and then there was it's probably still around. Miniclip Newgrounds. I didn't do Miniclip. I'd heard of Newgrounds, but I didn't really play on Newgrounds myself. It had like a shield. Was it Armor Games? It might have been Armor Games. Congregate? No, I never heard of that one. No. Yeah, it was Armor Games. That's the one. That's the one. I played on Armor Games and Cartoon Network and PBS Kids were the main three that I would do when I wasn't, so I would do those when I wanted to hang out with friends, because I tried to hang out with friends and show them Total War, and they would just, their eyes would glaze over, and they're like, "What? Why are we playing this?" I did manage to convince one to play a game called Laser Squad Nemesis. I don't know if anybody ever played that one. Laser Squad Nemesis, fantastic game. It was one of the first games I'd ever played that involved a turn-based game that you would actually email the other player, and then they would do their move, email back, and your turn would resolve, and then you would each like take your turn to email your your stuff again. It was super cool concept. Never really took off because email became more of a not really a medium for gaming and that. But Laser Squad Nemesis is one of those games that I would still go back to and play because I felt like the gameplay mechanics in it were very solid. It's kind of like an early, almost like an XCOM, but like I said, it's you plan out your moves, and then both sides moves execute in real time, and you compare the two against them. I think the only other one I've seen that did that was a spiritual successor called, is it Frozen Synapse? I'm pretty sure I have that one. Yeah, Frozen Synapse. Go look up that game. That was essentially Laser Squad Nemesis. Because I don't think Laser Squad Nemesis is even on Steam. Yeah, no, it's not. If you wanted to play Laser Squad Nemesis, you'd have to go and find there's probably what's that one website? Abandoned Games. I'm sure it's on there. Yeah, super cool game. Super cool game. I loved that game. I also thought that the alien designs were really cool too. Man. I'm not doing anything. We just keep doing this. Come look at my Mobius designs. I am going down nostalgia lane. You shut your whore mouth, Omen, alright? Name is based off the original game Doom. Doomer in need of dooming other doomers. That's awesome. I didn't know that. That is really funny. Language, sure. Mick, you don't tell me about language. You have a worse mouth than I do. I'm just saying. Okay? Alright, fine. You're taking me out of my nostalgia, whirlpool right now, but it's fine. What am I looking at here?
So the top is Mobius design. And
I hate it.
The bottom here is mine.
I hate it too. Next question.
You're an ass.
I'm just kidding. Alright. So what am I looking at here?
Moby, if you care to explain yours first when you get off mute.
Okay, so mine was just a simple tileable experience. So you take your, section and you can just add it into the system, making it, expandable from there. I put the beacons in the middle, so each refinery is benefiting from a beacon. Yeah, nothing crazy.
Nothing crazy, he says.
Well,
Nothing
yeah, I know,
crazy, he
that's-
says.
There's obviously some work. I put this together in like what 30 seconds, Omen.
As I was working on my redesign, he started working on his design.
Outrageous. Outrageous.
Outrageous. Sorry, I will always, whenever I hear that word, think of Viva La Dirt League. Anyways,
So is this supposed to be like to a ratio right now, or like what am I seeing right now? All right, Maldor, you have a great night. It was nice to meet you. I'm glad that we're gonna get along.
no, I was
And
just making
it was really good to go down nostalgia
a
lane
easy
with you and
expansion.
with Dino
Yeah, is
and
that-
you
is
know
that better for
Mike
you,
and
Sato?
everybody
No,
else.
it's
Great time.
not
Great time. All that.
underground
Yeah,
pipe
you
next to
sleep very
underground
well.
pipe.
I hope you have amazing dreams. Yeah, you know, you had like a good thing going, but your pipes are terrible, so downvoted. Canceled.
Yeah. Here, like you can look up here. There you go. There's a better experience for you.
Downvoted.
All right.
No, it looks good. It's fine.
No, I was just trying to help Omen understand the beacons. So that's why I was like, look, you can make it like an expandable thing. Like it doesn't have to be super crazy.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I was doing with it.
Yeah, just remember when you put the beacons on it, especially if you're doing the speed modules, it's gonna ramp up your power cost with it, right?
Yup. Well, I left the beacon slots empty. So like if we wanted to, we can put efficiency or speed mods in there. Because I think with the 2 efficiency 3s, you meet your like maximum efficiency, right? Or is it 3 efficiency 3s inside of the unit? I can't remember exactly the.
Well, it depends on what other modules you've got.
Yeah.
Because you can only get it down to an efficiency that's like, what is it, 20%?
Yeah.
And I think regular efficiency 2s do a 40%. So you do 2 of those. If there's no other modules involved in it, that gives you your maximum, right?
Yeah.
But then the 3s, they do 50% because you have like your speed 3s have the energy consumption increased by 70%. So 1 to 1, if you do 1 speed 3 to 1 efficiency 3, you're going to have a total energy consumption of 20% more.
Yeah.
Now, if you do higher quality beacons, they have a distribution efficiency. In this case, it's 1.5. So if you did those two, well, if you had like 100% efficiency in there, that 1.5 means you actually have 150% efficiency on the energy and stuff. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And this also gets more important when you have like quality modules as well too, like well, higher quality speed modules, prod mods, efficiency mods, and all that stuff. Still put Bunny, I'm about to have. Hold on a second. I gotta have words. I gotta words with somebody. I'll be right back. Listen, buddy, what do you want from me? What do you mean I'm still pushing? What am I pushing right now? Huh? Am I pushing your buttons? Do you want to push my buttons right now? Are you listening to me? Do you even care? Do you care about anything, Bunny? Okay, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Thank you. But yeah. So you can kind of toy around with the modules and stuff, because when you hover over the foundry, it will tell you how much is coming up. So you'll see like the crafting speed, you'll be able to see, well, in this case, you have 2 potential beacons that are going to touch on this, which is going to increase their effects a bit, but it's also going to increase the power consumption that comes up with this, okay?
Right. Mobius had mentioned to me, like these outer four aren't going to get as much as like the inners. So I kind of designed this in the sense of where it was very gonna be like very minimal takeaways in order to expand it.
Hmm.
Like back here at the back, these pipes can be taken away and then expanded out to the right. You can expand it to the north, expand it to the south. You can even expand it to the west if you wanted to. You know, that's kind of what I had in mind with this. Is like if you gave me a set cell, and then we needed to increase steel production, then we could just infinitely kind of expand this.
Yeah. But
Just because I'm using it for. Sorry,
no, go ahead.
I said just because I'm designing it currently just for one operation. I didn't want it to be limited to that operation, if that makes sense.
Well, so what is it that you're actually designing here then? Like, if you were to describe it simply.
So in my mind, when I initially started it, I was just going to be doing the steel production for the purple science. But then my
Okay.
brain was like, well, hey, why don't we expand it and then just be a general hub for steel production?
Okay, so think about this though. If you're going to transport the steel in a solid form, is that better than transporting it in a liquid form?
Well, you would get more out of the liquid, wouldn't you?
Oh no, because once you've so you do the liquid and it gets cast into steel, you're getting the same amount, technically speaking. It's just how much are you transporting at a time? So the question that we're asking here is essentially, is it better to come to a location like this over here and we cast the steel on site, and so we're transporting by liquid train, or is it better to bring something in by train already cast and in solid form? Does that kind of
It
make
would
sense?
depend on how much. It would depend on how much either could take, because solids can take up a certain amount, but I know the solid trains only have a certain weight distribution. Pretty sure you can move more liquid than you could solid, and then in turn you would end up creating more.
But how do you know that?
Yeah, well, for one, if I remember correctly, it's something that you had said a while back when you were talking to Chris.
I did. I did say that. But do you know how much of a difference it is? And does it apply now, given that we have green wagons that can hold 50 slots instead of 40 slots apiece?
That I'm unsure of.
Exactly. Yeah.
I haven't dived this far into this game.
Well, so this is where things start to get interesting. So let's think about this, okay? Let me show you here. So right now we're using just regular fluid wagons, right? Oh, it's not going to let me do it right there. Let me do this. Gotta do them, like, vertical for some reason. So think about it like this.
What, in order to place a wagon?
Now it won't let me do the ghost on the ghost rail. That's so stupid. That's just stupid. Okay, so think about it like this, okay? We can just look at Factoriopedia for this. You can look over a stream if you want to, like, or you could follow along. So just click on Factoriopedia, and then you can go over to the cargo wagon, and then just Alt-click that. Well, you can just Alt-click it anywhere, but you can just click on that. You'll see that a cargo wagon regularly has a storage size of 40, and an uncommon has a storage size of 50, so we're using 50 right now, right? Versus a fluid wagon, which we're not using anything above common, which is 50,000. Okay? Here's where the real difference comes in. When you're casting steel, it costs 30 molten iron to produce 1 steel plate. If you're to conventionally make steel, it's 5 iron plate to 1 steel plate. Okay, so where's the difference there? 1 iron ore to 1 iron plate, but if you are casting it, 20 molten iron to 2 iron plate, meaning casting it is the same, technically speaking, because it's going to be 10, it's 1 ore to 10 molten, right? So we come over to steel, we're actually saving 2 iron plates by casting it directly. We're skipping out like some of the extra step, right?
Right.
But there's also something else too. The foundries have a base productivity of 50%. Without like adding any prod mods or anything, it's just straight up 50%. So if we go off of that alone, when you take the ore to a foundry to melt it down, that right there, it is now 150% of the original value. When you then go and cast it, it is then another 50% on top of that. Essentially, you are now at double the original value, because now you've gone from 150% to then like another 200%, right? It's not exactly like that, because it's actually a little bit better than that, but just for simplicity's sake, just 200% when it gets to the final casting stage, right?
Right.
So when you think when you think about this, now let's kind of look over at transportation. Since we know that every 5 iron plates is not as good as like every 3 iron plates when it comes to liquid form, yeah? So a cargo wagon, a liquid cargo wagon can hold 50,000. And it costs how much again to do the steel? Do you remember?
It costs 30.
Costs 30, right. So if we take that 50,000, and give me a second to do this here. 50,000, and then we divide that by that 30, we're going to be getting about 1,666 steel on a normal liquid wagon, right?
Okay.
Now, if we were to go over to our cargo wagon, and since we're using green ones, we have a sword size of 50, right? And we know
Right.
that steel can stack to how much?
Steel can stack to 50, I think.
It can stack to 100. So we
Okay.
take 50 times 50 times 100, which is 5,000. And we're also doing 2 wagons, so that actually doubles up to 10,000, right?
Right.
So now that we know that number, and we're going to compare that, we'll then be able to see, hey, actually, since we can transport so much steel once it's cast, it can be beneficial to transport that much steel. But, and this is the most crucial thing, it is easier to store the liquid amount of the metal and then cast it on site than it is to hold the physical amount on site and then put that out. Does that kind of make sense?
Mhm.
So you can go either way. You can have a steel foundry and then transport the solid steel if you like. There is credibility towards that. But you don't have to. Does that make sense?
Yeah. So I can literally leave this as it is to be like the central steel source for the purple science, and then just part in my liquid iron.
Yeah.
Or molten iron, excuse me.
Because the advantage that the liquid trains have right now is because they're not double liquids, they are single liquid wagons. They are fast. They can come over, they can drop off their stuff, and they can move away very, very quickly, right?
Right.
But again, you could also just do the solid wagon angle, but then you'd have to have train stations that accommodate that larger wagon load. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So there's pros and cons to both, and I'm giving options for both of those because there are credible reasons for doing either one.
Now, so I'm probably going to stick this to being the steel production for the purple science. I mean, worst comes to worst, I can expand this a little bit if I'm having steel issues, which isn't going to hurt anything for the purple science. But when it comes to the beacons, in your honest opinion, how would you have the modules set up for them? Not including what I'm going to have in the machines themselves.
You mean like the modules in here, or just how would I set up my foundries?
Well, yeah. Let me ask you that. How would you set up the foundries in general?
I start by asking
Because-
how much science do I want to produce.
Right. Okay.
So you think about it like this, right? You go over to your science pack. In this case, it's the purple science, and you need to look down the list, right? So you're going to be making some prod mods. You got electric furnaces. You got rails, right? So we look at rails. They require a little bit of steel plate. Okay. in the long run here, you'd have to kind of sit down and either do a spreadsheet to kind of do these calculations or just like freehand some of this math, right? But essentially what I would do is I would decide based on the amount of electric furnaces that I need and the amount of rails that I need, because the prod mods require green and red circuits. That's a different thing that's not related to steel in this case, right?
Correct.
So I know, let's say for example, I want to make sure I am producing, let's say 100 prod science packs a minute. Okay? We'll just go like off a minute there. So what I would do is I would then sit here and decide, okay, first off, I have to use assembly machines to do this. So I'm going to sit here, I'm going to set the recipe and say, okay, one of these will produce a science pack at 0.17 a second, right? Which is not exactly stellar. It's not exactly what I'm looking for, right? So let's make this easy. Let's go off a second so we don't have to do any like conversions with that, right? Let's say that I want to produce 3 prod science packs per second, right?
Right.
So to start, I need to get this to a stage that it will do 1 per second. And then I can scale it from there, right? So I'd sit here and say, okay, if I put in these speed modules like this, I can get it to 0.53. That's pretty reasonable. That means that I just have 2 to do 1 second, right? But if I were to instead do prod 3s, that narrows that down to 0.1. But then if I were to do a beacon with speed 3s, now I look at this, and now it's at 0.47, which is close to that 0.53, but now there's productivity added into it, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, because of that, I would then, and this is just simplistic, so I just copy this. This isn't with, like, inserters or anything else, right?
Right.
So I copy this over, and we'll kind of round this a little bit. So we're looking at 0.47 at both. You put those together, and you're looking at 0.94, which is just under 1 per second, right?
Right.
So we have some of the productivity on that. So we could say, hey, that's basically good enough because the productivity will kind of round it out a little bit for us. So we're happy with that, right? I then take this, and now triple it, because I wanted 3 per second, right?
Right.
But you can see here that with the beacons, if you hover over this one versus this one as an example, the overlapping beacons will make the outside ones the same, but the center one is now going to be up to 0.74. So now our math is off, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because we have those potential beacons and stuff. So if we want to maintain the math, what we actually have to do is we have to cut this, and then we have to space these in such a way that the beacons do not overlap, because we're trying to maintain a specific ratio, right?
Right.
If you want the beacons to overlap a little bit, you can do that. That's something that's like totally possible, and that's completely up to you. It's going to change the math a little bit though, right? So you'd set this up, and then you decide, okay, now I have as much as I need here. Now, if I look at the left side of that crafting, so the right side we know how much it's going to produce. Now the left side is where we need to decide how much we need to make, right? So then you just go down the list, and in this case, I would start with the highest amount needed, which is going to be the rails, right? You need 3.4 per machine, per second, which is pretty high, right?
Right.
So you take that 3.4, you're going to times that by 6, and now you're looking at 18, and then you have the 0.4, which is then going to be a 2.4, so now you've got 20.4 that you have to try to produce, right? So then you would come up here and you start making your next module, which in this case is your rails, right? And we look at this, we could say one of these can produce at 5 every 5 seconds. Well, it produces 5 per second, excuse me. And that's without any modules. That's great. That's a good start, right? So we throw in some modules, and speed modules right off the bat bumps it up to 15. And then again, we just sit here, and what if we put in 3 prods? What does that bump it to? Oh, that's right, we can't do it because it's an end product, so it's not even worth attempting to do it. So we just accept that we're going to be doing speed in this one, right?
So you can't do prod mods on end products.
Exactly. You can only do it on intermediate bits. So here's the other thing to keep in mind. So what did we say? How many rails did we need? What was the math that we did on this?
I think you said it was like 18?
No, it started at 18, and then we did the decimal with it too. So it's 20. 20.4. Right?
Okay. I was off by a couple numbers. I
Yep.
heard the 18.
Yeah. So what we're looking at now is, well, I don't want to just do this assembly machine and then have like 2 that are doing 30, because that's 10 more per second than I need, right?
Mhm.
So what I would do is I would try to get this as close to half of that as possible, right? So I would be pulling some of these modules, so knocking down to 2. So now I've got 10. Perfect. That's like pretty much exactly what I want. And then I would copy that over to the other side, because then I can do it saturating a belt, right? Now, if I wanted to be like, extra specific with it, I could then put in like a lower quality speed module, like this, which then puts it up to 11, which would give me enough for what I need. I could have one side be a little bit more productive than the other side. Doesn't super matter to me at this time, right?
Mm.
But the whole point of this is that this then gives me the number that I need to produce or provide. And in the case of stone, it's just however often you could have those stone trains come by. You don't need to worry about the number specifically with that. But you need to worry about the steel, and you need to worry about the iron sticks. And looking at this, we need to produce 10 and a half per second. And because we have foundries, we could do both of those in a foundry. So we could cast to iron sticks, and that comes out at 24 per second with no modules whatsoever. That blows this out of the water. So that's perfect, right? Then we go to our steel. And this with no modules is at 2.5 a second. So if we were to do that without modules, we're essentially looking at 4 of these in order to hit the 10. And then we have to do a little bit more to go above that. So then once again, you can... we could add more productivity if we wanted to, which knocks it down to 1.2, but then it bumps our productivity to 100%. Which means that every time that we cast 1 steel, we're actually casting 2. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
But then we can, of course, take away those because we already have built-in productivity with research and stuff. And we can actually just bump this up, and one of these, it looks like it's still keeping that productivity 100%, so the prod mods didn't change anything for some reason in there. So if we're moving at 7.5 a second, and we have productivity 100%, we can essentially double that number, right?
Right.
So that's kind of how... So you kind of get the amount of machines you need, then you can cut and paste where they need to go, and figure out how they're going to actually interact with one another, right? Oh my goodness, the lag. There we go. So they could pull off of the same molten pipe, and then they could be, providing however you wanted to provide to these 2 machines, right? Oh yeah, and Dino said when quality mods is a game changer, we're not going to worry about quality right now. We're just worrying off of just base common value stuff, right? So now you have that completed, you know how much you're going to need for that. Then you come down, you do the same thing, but now you do it for electric furnaces. Rinse and repeat the process, right?
Right. I guess me having a massive foundry set up for steel probably isn't the best thing.
It just depends on what you want to do with it. You know what I mean? Because if you know how much science you want to output, then you know how much you actually need to produce. So to kind of give you a ballpark estimate, let's go ahead, let's queue up a research, because we've been sitting on research for a bit. We look over here and we know this is all backed up now. So we're going to be able to see the full capability of what this could produce science-wise at this time. So let's pick something, just like mining productivity 5, okay? And now hover over the right and watch the science chart. Let's see how high it gets. Where it has all the science that it could want for this particular research, and there's nothing stopping it from feeding itself, right? And what we should see is it should hover around 1300, if I recall. Hey, Mahalik. Hey, by the way, thank you very much for being a continued and valued member, Mahalik. We really appreciate you. And guys, if you haven't followed Mahalik already, he's also another Factorio fan, major Factorio fan. Do go and give him a follow. He's a really good guy, really solid dude. My favorite Australian. He's not Australian. I like to tease him about it. I know he's not Australian. But I like to call him Australian because it's funny. Okay, so you can see it there now. The science per minute is hovering at about 1340, it looks like. Now, of course, you don't have to hit that exact number if you don't want to. You could, like, do it nice and round, right? You could do, like, maybe I want to hit, like, 1,000 a minute. Or I want to do 500 a minute. That's not as crazy as you think it is to hit those numbers. And you can see here, when this is filled up, and you can see how much science we can do per minute, just how fast we blitz through this research, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's 3,000 science that we're about to get done in basically like a minute and a half. Because part of it comes from the biolabs have their productivity as well, so they get a little bit more out of these science packs than normal as well. And they have a 50% science pack drain, which is another, like, really big thing to keep in mind with that. So they make the most out of these science packs that you can possibly do. Way better than the regular labs. You're Mexican, I can't even say that, Mahalik. I'm surprised you could even type that. I mean, like I said, that just kind of gives you a ballpark estimate. You can also tap P, and then you could just go into the top right on the search, and you can just type in science, and then you'll be able to see, obviously the science is being researched, but then you can also look at the statistics of the other science packs that are on the planet, and you can check, okay, how fast are the others consuming and filling in the gaps right now, and then how fast are they actually being consumed, because the science per minute is not necessarily indicative of the consumption rate, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we have that major SPM, but then you can see here that our production science is 300 a minute, is what it says, right? And then our consumption over on the right, you can see we're actually only really consuming 108, give or take a little bit, what it says there. Although if we go down to like the 1 minute mark, it's going to be a little bit different. I forgot that I was on the 10-minute bit. Ignore everything I said. It rounded weird. Let's try that again. Let's try that again with another science. Let's do another mining productivity, because why not? I like to make sure those things are going off. I just started talking out of my ass for a second there. It's fine.
Nah, you're good. You're fine.
I thought that didn't sound like it was making a lot of sense to me when I started talking. Okay, so
I'm on the 1 minute one right now.
Yeah, if you go on the 1 minute one, you'll see here. Now you'll see that the science per minute, the consumption, is actually reaching that 1300 that we talked about before. But then you'll see the consumption of the science packs does not beat that. It should be just under half, because we have the 50% science pack drain, but then we also have the productivity coming from the science labs as well.
It looks like my purple science currently is only going at like 230 on average a minute being created, but we're absorbing almost 400 a minute. Now about to be 500 a minute.
Yep. So you gotta wait until it like completely populates that to really, get a feel for it here, because it does have the oscillations with it. But now that a minute has passed, we can see here that now we're seeing about 450. Most just like the other sciences, hitting about that 450 to 500, right? So technically speaking, you could take like your current build and you could have like copied and pasted it to double your output, right? But we know that your current build
Right.
isn't running at full tilt because it has like some small issues with how much it's actually able to produce for itself. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
You'll also notice that none of the sciences are actually keeping up with the consumption rates at all.
No.
So everything eventually does get improved and increased, and it will match, like the actual consumption rate, so that it's, has more of that continuous flow. And the amount can obviously change as well, depending on like if we added more labs for one thing, if we extended the amount of labs that were here being provided for, or dare I say, we added another lab location entirely that has its own stockpile and gets trains bringing things in on its own there too. That opens up a whole other, logistical challenge, but also benefits with it. Does that make sense?
Mm.
We bring out our SI with 4x2 ruler, we build the cladding to the house and red bulbs. Exactly, yes. But yeah, that's kind of some of the ways that you can determine how much science that you actually need to produce, or the targets that you would like to hit, right? Because, like, with the consumption, you don't have to hit that consumption rate. You could just be happy with, like, maybe 70% of that consumption and trying to match that, and then you could make improvements to then go above and beyond that. But I like to try to sit there and see if I could find the consumption rate and then go off of that consumption rate. Because that means that I can not only fill up a train and then send that off. Once that's off, I know that once that train load is empty, another train load should be ready to go, and there's going to be a little bit of downtime while it fulfills that order, right?
Can you throw up another research? I want to see how much is actually being burned, like every 5 seconds.
I mean, I can, but we're just about to run out of the purple, so you're not going to get the perfect numbers now.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, that's
Shit.
kind of what happens. That's why it's good to write down the numbers. So what's the number that you were looking for?
I was trying to see, like, how much, like... So we were looking at the 1 minute.
Yeah.
And it was sitting at that 450 mark.
Yeah.
So I was trying to break that down to see how much I would need to make a second in order to at least match that.
Okay. Well, so you already know your consumption rate. Were you trying to look at how much you were producing?
Yeah.
Don't worry about that. Think about this. This doesn't matter anymore. This merely is doing something so that there's at least some research coming through. You want to break away from this and disconnect from it.
Right.
This is legacy, meaning it's outdated, you're outmoding it, right? You're moving on to something bigger and better.
Right. I'm sitting there trying to think in the sense of everything that you're just teaching.
Yeah,
me
I
and
love
stuff
you
like
too.
that.
SpaceX.
It wasn't so much
SpaceX
because of the
updated.
legacy. I was trying to think of how much I would need to do to match the 450 output or consumption.
So you start over here, just like what I showed you with this, right? So in this case, I was just
Right.
doing 3 per second. But if you take that 3 per second and then you times it by 60, that's how much you're going to get per minute, right? So what's 3 times 60?
Excuse me. Sorry about that. It's 3 times 60, so 60 is 180, right?
180. Yep. So you're hitting 180 right here. So like I said, this is going to involve some math to do this right. So if you wanted to hit that target of 500, or a minimum of 500, we could say, right? I would dare say, go above. Go like 550. So that you're producing more than you're consuming at the beginning. And then you're able to send out some and then build up a buffer for the next amount. Right? And then when research gets to the point that you're consuming more than that, you've got some time where it's been out producing it, so it's got this buffer in the trains that it's still able to send some out. But then you can go and improve the design to increase its output, or even add another factory that also provides the packs. And this is the advantage of the trains, that you can have a distributed system, right?
My brain is telling me to shoot for the stars and go for like 1,000.
I mean, you can, but it is going to be a fairly large build, and you will have to figure out how to manage it. But you could shoot for that
Yeah.
1,000 if you want to. That's not a bad number to hit. I would recommend pulling out a spreadsheet, though, and keeping track of all your numbers for this calculation. You're familiar with using spreadsheets, right?
Not for math, no.
Omen. Oh, Omen.
Don't omen me.
Oh, Omen. I can't believe you. Not for math? What have you been using spreadsheets for?
Everything but math.
No, it's only meant for math. Math is the only purpose of a spreadsheet. Math is everything, Open. No, it's fine. Just if you need help with the spreadsheet angle of it, I can help you with it. But essentially what you're going to do is you're going to set your spreadsheet up. You're going to get your numbers first, right? So you need to know what's your target you want to hit. Then you want to figure out, okay, how much can I get one of these to produce, for an example, right? So you have like your module, and then you need to figure out, okay, how many of these modules do I need in order to make that? Because these are all measured in seconds, and you're looking for 1,000 a minute, right? So you have to convert this module from seconds to minute. Then you have to, get that to match that 1,000 as close as you can. And then you can figure out how many of these machines you actually need, and then you can backwards, go from there. I always start from the end product, and then you trickle down back to the beginning. Because it's just easier to do it that way.
Right. So as in this current setup, the way it's set up currently, it's 0.47 a second.
That is correct, yes.
And I would times that by 60.
Yes. Or, because we already mentioned this before, we made it so that this 0.47 comes up here to a 0.94, and we rounded it up to a 1 per second, right? Because of productivity kind of like, doing its work with it. Then you got these, so now you've got 3 per second. So now 3 times 60 is what?
$180.
180, that's correct, yes. So now you know that this is able to produce 180, or it's like just under doing a fifth of what you need, right? So if you want to go off of this, and you wanted to just kind of like, round it a little bit, you know that you could do 4 more of these, and that would get you just under. You could then do a 6th one, and that would push you just over 1,000 if you didn't want to be absolutely exact with it, right? But if you want to be exact with it, then you have to do, a little bit more of the math there and try to narrow it down as minutely as possible, right? So this is where it's going to come down to what type of a factorial player are you? Are you one that wants the numbers, that you want it to be as close to the exact that you're looking for, or do you want to kind of more do enough math to get it to close to where you want, and then you do a little bit higher than that, kind of as like a future proofing, but then also just in case you were off on the math a little bit type of thing? And that's completely up to you. I'm the type of person, I like to do the math.
So as it currently stands, these 3 right here, instead of like if we rounded it up to the 1 second, if we do it by the 0.94, which I then times by 3, times that number by 60, we're at 169.2.
Which is not that far off from that 180 that we said, yes?
No.
And remember, there's also productivity going into this too. So if you wanted the exact, you would have to calculate that productivity that you have on it. Which in this case, you've got 4 prod mods, prod mod 3s. These are just base level prod mods, right? And each of those is providing a productivity of 10%. So you've got 40% productivity on each of these. Just saturate the belts. You can, but I like to make sure that you don't have too many machines and you have machines that are sitting there idle and doing nothing. So even if you're going to saturate a belt, you need to determine how much goes onto a belt. So if you're using green belts, for example, one green belt can transport 60 items per second. Which again, if you take that, 60 times 60 is what? It's 3,600, Omen, just so you know. It's bullshit. It's a bullshit number. It's huge. It's a lot
No.
of movement.
My brain was thinking about this whole thing. I'm not gonna be able to start doing much on it tonight. It's like I do gotta get off, but I
Okay.
don't really want any of this to be deleted because it'll give me something to run back on to.
I got a great idea. Grab your blueprint the whole thing, and then just put it into your blueprints book, even on game blueprints or my blueprints, anywhere. And then even if it does get deleted, you can just paste it down again. That way, even if somebody comes through and deletes it because they didn't know what you were doing, now you still have it, and you can just put it down and pick up where you left off.
And I'm gonna name it Purple Science Theory.
Perfect. Yeah, no, 3,600, exactly. Yes. Yeah, because see, this is where a lot of the joy, at least for me, comes in with Factorio, is this is how you can kind of make projects for yourself, is you can take something that you've already done before, and now you can improve on it. You can optimize it for, you can optimize it for just sheer amount, which is kind of like what you're going for, a specific amount. Optimize it for space. You can optimize it for power efficiency or for material efficiency. There's all kinds of things that you can do for specific like angles that you want to optimize it for, or you can go for just like a general optimization too. It just all depends on what you want from it. Does that make sense?
Mm.
Oh,
Well, I'm
and
figuring.
and I forgot to mention,
figuring-
this whole thing changes with the belts when you involve stack inserters, but that's for next week.
Just don't ruin my mind at the moment, please. I'm just barely grasping what you just taught me.
I love the numbers. I'm just saying. And if you'd like, I would be
numbers, Mason.
Well, yeah. So if you want help with the spreadsheet stuff, I'd even make a spreadsheet ahead of time and have it ready for you by Monday, that I could show you and kind of explain how you could use a spreadsheet to help you crunch the numbers and the math of this, if you would so like. But if you don't want to go that direction, you don't have to. Like I said, this is how I do it, but the game is completely open sandbox. You can do it any way you want.
Well, my initial plan is if I get the time to, I'm probably going to just like do my own world.
Okay.
Like I'm probably going to save this before I leave and like save it into my own world.
Mhm.
And then that way I still have the infrastructure and all the things unlocked and everything, so I can kind of just tinker around and see what I can come up with. But again, that's if I get the time to.
Sure, yeah. I understand. And if you do get the time and you see me online and you want to just kind of message me, I can come over and help you too.
Gonna say we do that a lot on the weekends, except for
Mhm.
this weekend.
Well, and sometimes it'll
But
be like,
normally-
so sometimes it'll be like, I have
Nice.
time to do stuff, and so I'll do stuff, and then I host because I have the most recent save, right?
Right.
But then Tim might have done something on his own save, but then since I'm hosting, he'll just like take whatever he had on his save, he could like save it to a blueprint, and then just bring it over, and then he can just paste that blueprint down, and now it's essentially like merging the saves that way. Does that kind of make sense?
Yeah.
you can definitely tell when I've sat down and blueprinted something because it looks way more organized than the pasta monster that I create.
And mine doesn't look any
personally
different.
like. I personally like the design aspect of Factorio. That's just where my brain seems to be at rest and
Mhm.
enjoy it. When it comes to spaghetti monster and all that stuff, that's where my brain kind of goes, okay, well, this is going here, but now it's going here, but now it's going there. Crap, what do I gotta do here?
Yes, but
Like, the
spaghetti
way that-
is truly more efficient because you can pull off
But at
like
the
more
same-
condensed builds and stuff.
But at the same time, even though I do spaghetti myself, it just trips my OCD so bad.
Mm-hmm. And that's okay.
It's like one of the reasons as to why like symmetry in my head is so big. It's because of my OCD.
That's fair. Nothing wrong with that.
That's why you see a lot of my builds. I try to like mirror what I've done on one side to the other side.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, makes sense
You
to me.
remoting that spider bot around like earlier, it freaked me the hell out.
Why?
So I just saw your name going everywhere, and then all of a sudden the spider bot just zipped past me. I'm like, what the?
Oh yeah, did you know this isn't the fastest this spider can go either? We haven't
I
even
believe it.
achieved its final form.
It's not even an epic quality Spider-Tron. It's only a greed.
Yes, and it only has green legs on the inside of it. Just wait. Just you wait. In fact, hold on. Hold on. Stand by. Stand by.
Oh, I see a blue leg in that box.
There's a couple of them. Let's see.
That
We can
spider can't. The Spider-Tron can't get
Oh
there
my
fast
gosh.
enough.
Yeah, because right now our movement bonus is only plus 117%, and that's just simply it simply
Not
will
enough.
not do.
He's gonna keep his original green legs and then still add more blue legs now.
Well, no, I need to remove the green legs to make room for these. Let's not be silly now. So watch this.
Yeah, come on, man. Come on.
And now we have 144%, which doesn't sound like that much more until you see the until you see that bastard go. Look at him go. It's beautiful. It's marvelous.
Jeez.
I like
In
how
fact,
the
hold on.
Spider-Tron just like steps over everything.
Here we go. So we'll do a little race. There's a Spider-Tron here that's got the green legs still in it, and is he's gonna do a little leg race. Later, loser. It's even
Yeah.
funnier if you see like a Spider-Tron without the enhancements going against one of these. It's not even close.
The other one's trying. It ain't working, but it's trying.
He's inferior.
He's
He's
doing his
weak.
darndest.
He's weak. Now it looks like I'm chasing him. I'm gonna eat him.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yes. Seto, question for you.
Hit me. Hard.
So, like for the cryogenic plants,
Alright.
how do you set that up? Because you're importing stuff from space, or do you just use bots to
Have a good night.
pull for
Alright,
it?
we'll see you
or-
later, Omen.
See you, man. Is
Uh,
that
well-
the way you would do it, or how do you?
I wouldn't because drones are worse here. But unfortunately,
Okay.
you've boxed yourself in, so you can't even pull from that.
No, they have the that new unloading bay.
Yeah, well, do you have those with you?
No, but I can import them. I have the parts to make them too.
Okay. So if that's the case, yeah, I would load them onto belts and direct insert that. It's gonna cost you more space because you have to have the heating pipes within stuff, right?
Yeah.
But the benefit, as always, is speed, right? And
Yeah.
speed is something that's very important with something like this. You don't have a lot of space, technically, to work with here. And like I said,
Yeah.
the drones here, like, what does it say again for Aquilo? Let me look. Aquilo briefing. It just says that they're weaker here. on the briefing. I was looking for like the specific bit. It's probably in orbit actually if we do the space map. Robot energy usage goes up 5 times.
Okay.
Which is crazy because what that means essentially is they'll spend way less time flying around and way more time having to charge because they
Yeah, I've
they
noticed
use
that.
their energy faster, right? Which is, if you're going to use drones, you should be doing higher quality drones in that case to offset that 5 times cost.
Okay.
But that also means that you're going to be using up more of your precious energy, which right now you're doing 69.9 megawatts of production, right?
Yeah.
But if you try to bot mall this, you're going to find out that you're going to be using a lot more of that power than you think you're using.
Yeah, I really I wanted to avoid it.
Mm-hmm.
I was just using the bots right now for building out the island because
Yeah.
I don't want to,
So
sit
you
here
can
and do
use
it.
bots for some of it, but you don't want to use bots for the whole thing.
Yeah.
And I know this because I did that, and I got it to work, but I didn't like it.
Yeah.
So yeah, you want to do, and it's easier now, like you said, that they have the landing pad unloading bays. You can actually move it around and not be tied to just the landing pad's like initial location, right?
Yeah.
So I would definitely, your import stuff should be directly loaded onto some belts, preferably green belts, and use that speed to actually, crunch through and use these things in order to, for one, produce science, because you're going to want to produce science with it, and then produce the other things that you're going to provide from Aquilo, right?
Yeah.
Which right now, obviously, the main export, it's the cryogenic science, right? But
Yeah.
once you have the cryogenic science out, the biggest thing this does is rocket part productivity. It makes it so that all of your infrastructure you've done so far, no matter what stage it's at, you research this rocket part productivity, and all of your rocket part exports just get cheaper and cheaper and cheaper and cheaper.
Yeah.
Which means that your interplanetary logistics also gets cheaper and cheaper and cheaper, and it just kind of carries on from there.
Yeah. That makes sense.
What's the other thing? Oh, you can also get the foundations, which is what Pistachio's been pining for, forever. This is what he actually wanted, was something that would allow him to place it on the oil oceans and increase the size of his islands and that, right?
Yeah.
Which, technically speaking, I don't think you really need it for Fulgora, but if he wants it for Fulgora, that's like totally fine. That's, in his wheelhouse.
Yeah.
The other thing that's nice about this is that this allows us to get the captive biter spawners. And what this allows us to do is put down biter spawns wherever we want, meaning that we could move the, instead of going to where the biter nests are now, you can move them and put them specifically where you want.
Yeah.
The drawback with that is that because it uses uranium-235 to place it, if they do, quote-unquote, spoil, or, become wild, they will produce a behemoth biter rather than just a big blue biter.
Yeah.
And those things are nasty.
Other question: do you usually use trains on this planet? On
Aquilo? No.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Well, okay. I said that too fast. I don't use it for the conventional game, in terms of, getting to the solar system edge.
Yeah.
When you are mega basing, things become a little bit different.
Okay.
But
Well, yeah, because I was gonna say, this is really far away, and the easy answer in my head would be have a train that has, it loads up,
yes.
carbon.
Yeah,
and
if,
then
if you want to
offloads it
scale
and
this
loads up
to
that, yeah.
mega base levels, yes, you're absolutely using trains. Trains are going to be the better way to do pretty much anything on this. Because if I recall, and this might have changed, I don't think trains are subjected to the freezing temperatures.
Okay.
So trains are allowed to move on their rails between places and stuff.
Yeah.
That should be correct. I don't think that they would have changed that one. But most of the time, most people don't get to the point that they actually want to do trains on Aquilo, because a lot of people don't like Aquilo because of all the heating pipe stuff.
Yeah.
I personally think it's really interesting. I like the design challenge that comes with it, but I also absolutely understand why some people just hate it. But I also know people hate it specifically because it's anti-bot.
Yeah.
That really irks a surprising number of people.
Funny.
Yeah, I think the only thing I really use bots for is to like, so for example here, you could put a heating tower out there directly on top of that oil field so that the heating
Yeah.
source is really close, and then just have some bots come and drop off a couple of like rocket fuel or are you doing rocket fuel? You're doing solid fuel over there.
Yeah, I'm doing solid fuel into this.
And you're using up all of it, it seems. Oh, it's
Yeah.
okay. You're actually wasting fuel. Because if you notice right here, you're burning fuel, but your temperature sits at 999.93.
Yeah.
So because there's no circuit control, you're just kind of burning through fuel. It doesn't really matter because, of course, you know you're going through the oil and stuff, and this is all infinite.
Yeah.
But your oil does the same thing on Novice, where it'll go down to that 20% floor.
Yeah.
So it's better to use the oil at it when it has that higher yield percent and not waste that.
Yeah. Okay, so I can do the heating towers the same way I did the reactor, correct?
Exactly the same, yes.
Yeah, okay.
And then, like I said, you can have a heating tower out here, and then you don't have to run this, like, gigantic... Well, you still have to run the pipe in order to let the... You need the heating pipes in order to keep the regular pipes functioning and stuff.
Yeah.
But now your heat source doesn't have to stretch, you know, far and wide to keep it at a high heat. You could have a lower heat heating tower that provides just enough heat to keep those pipes flowing,
Yeah.
and then you're good to go.
Do I have that set up right? Let's see. Enable if temperature is greater than 600. And then we want to set filters.
So think about this. When do you want
Or-
that
and then-
inserted to turn on?
Oh, when it's
Very good.
less than 600.
Yes. And right now it
then-
has a you've set the set filter on it,
Uh-huh.
and there's no filter, so it won't pull anything, right?
Yeah.
So you either have to set the correct filter, or you just turn off the set filters because there's only one thing that comes on the belt. You don't have to filter anything.
Yeah. Okay. Is there like an easy way to copy that over, or do I just have to manually do it for each of them?
No, you can just shift right click on that insert, then shift right left click on all the other inserters that you hook up this way. Well, but you have to have those
Then I-
inserters connected, yeah. And then you also have to copy the settings you have on the heating tower to all the other heating towers. Because on the main one, you're reading the fuel and you're reading the temperature. I don't know if you need to do that because it doesn't look like you're doing anything about the fuel there.
Okay, so we don't care about the fuel part.
Yeah, you only really care about the temperature.
Okay.
Yep, so now, because of that, now you have it set to what you want. You'll have an excess of fuel you can then put into a chest, and you can allow that to be sent, you know, with a bot network, to short distances and short bursts. So
Yeah.
going down to your pump jacks down here, that's a totally fine distance to do. That saves you a lot of headache with weaving stuff around and trying to stretch out your already strained heating network, right?
Yeah.
I mean, really, realistically speaking, all your heating pipes right now, they're at like 845 and up. You could connect these, and it would be fine, but when you do that, it'll have like an instantaneous heat transfer that might shock you, where it's gonna try to even out the pipes based on how many there are, how far out it goes from the the heat source and stuff, and then it's gonna try to fill in the rest of that and start to heat the pipes out as much as it can going out. Does that kind of make sense?
Yeah.
So what typically happens is if you were to connect this one right now, what would probably happen is some of your heat stuff out on the outer edges might drop enough in temperature that things just kind of freeze instantly. And then hopefully
Okay.
your heating towers are still heating, which means that then they would eventually gradually raise that temperature still. But then the farther out it goes, the more that heat's kind of going out to the outer edges, and the less of it there is for this stuff back here. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Which is why it's kind of good to spread out the heating towers. So having them all in one place like this works, but it's also kind of limited in its usability. It can be better to spread them out because then they share their heat value across the network.
Yeah.
So yeah, the only thing that sucks about this is obviously to get this started, you would have to have, the inserter has to be not,
Heated.
not cold. Which is why a burner inserter is actually a viable use case here. Because it doesn't have to be fast, and the burner inserter can use fuel to fuel itself, which then counts as it, warding off the cold, basically.
Yeah, that makes sense. I guess, I can just make a burner inserter and,
Yeah, they're super
can-
cheap to make.
yeah.
Yep, see there how it's just not affected?
Yeah.
So what'll happen is you don't even have to fuel it. It will just pull its own fuel, because it starts with a little bit of fuel, baked into it.
Yeah.
So as soon as it goes to pull something, if the thing it's trying to pull is a fuel source, it will put that fuel source into itself first, and then it will provide it to where it needs to go.
Yeah. That makes sense.
And this is another reason why the rocket fuel is better, because it turns slow, so it does one turn with a solid fuel, and that solid fuel is gone before it ever comes back to grab another one, right?
Oh, yeah.
But with the
Okay.
rocket fuel, because each turn is 100 megajoules, now each turn is worth more, and it actually is able to maintain a heat that way.
Yeah.
So you can kind of see, just the raw, fuel value isn't always the answer.
Yeah. No, that makes a lot of sense.
Just stick with me, kid. Just stick with me. We're gonna learn you yet. I promise. I promise. Even if I have to kill you to do it. Yeah, so again, this isn't going to
Yeah,
really
just have to put
provide
some-
to it because it's, frozen. But yeah, you just give it a little bit of a, little bit of something to get it started.
Yeah.
You could even, put a bunch into the chest itself, and then just make sure this is, obviously temperature controlled, and all that. All that what.
Yeah.
And this is the other nice thing, is that it doesn't have to wait until you hit that 500 like you do for power. As it's providing that heat value, I think it's is it 30? I think it's 30, or maybe 25. Might be 25, something like that. That it starts to actually ward off the snow,
Yeah.
which makes this whole thing just way easier to deal with.
That makes sense. Yeah.
Did you mean to do solid
Man.
fuel on that chest?
Yeah, because I only have solid fuel right now.
Okay.
until I get the rocket fuel set up.
Mm.
But for some reason, why is it not?
What kind of robots do you got?
Oh, I don't have any Logibots. That's
Mhm,
right.
mhm, 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 mhm.
Mm-hmm. Fine, we can fix that. We're currently sitting over Fulgora.
Oh, that's like bot paradise over there.
Yeah.
I believe I've designated Fulgora a sanctuary for bots. It's the one place that they're
It's,
allowed to fly and roam free. All 4,000 of the construction bots and 3,000 of the logistic bots. How copy?
they're living in perfect harmony over there.
Yeah, I think we need to cull some of them. they've gone too far. They're too powerful over there.
Yeah. Let's see. Okay, the Titan is good
They've
on electric
they've been allowed to
engines.
proliferate for far
I
too
know.
long.
Somebody didn't monitor them.
Breeding like rabbits, Tim. Rabbits. Worse. They're roaches. Flying
You know what's funny?
roaches. What's up?
I was flying around trying to find this stupid brine, and I didn't realize that there was brine right next to my island. So I was like, cool, there's one over here and there's one over here, so we're gonna have to figure that out. There was the one right next to my base.
Oh yeah, I remember you were like lamenting that pretty hard.
Yeah. I was like, man, this sucks. Like,
And then you found out, oh, they were nice to you. How kind.
yeah, the game doesn't hate me.
At least not yet.
Yeah, for now.
Hey, looks like you're full of ammonia. Or your ammoniacal solution, excuse me. No, wait,
Oh.
excuse me. Yeah, no, yeah, your ammonia. Your ammonia's full. You gotta use that up, bud.
Yeah, it's full of ammonia because of these things not making enough ice, or not getting enough ice. Wait, yeah, because the fuel.
I
Okay,
really
so
want
here's
unit power
a,
so
a
bad.
new issue.
Ready?
Yeah, think about this. Because the towers are only turning on when the heat is at a certain temperature, it's backing up on the solid fuel.
Which means that now you need to set 2 different conditions.
Yeah.
You have 2 reasons to burn through that fuel. One is to heat things, and the other is to clear it, right?
Yeah.
So how would you go about that?
I don't know if I can do it with just the inserters and the wire.
I
I
wouldn't.
think I would need a freaking combinator.
I would. Yep. That's the route I would go.
Yeah.
Yes, nice, simple, elegant.
Yep. Well, for now we can just do this, and it'll delay the problem.
Yes. Delay the inevitable. Okay, so what's your current goal with Quilo here? What's the focus?
We are trying to get um, stuff and things exported off the island.
Mhm.
Yeah, so I gotta get the. I want to get the whatchamacallits made. The cryogenic plants,
Yes, that's a good
Uh,
goal. I like that.
and then I gotta figure out. I mean, I have the lithium brine set up, so I'm gonna need to get that going to get the lithium production going,
hmm
so that we can continue making all the lithium necessary products. I don't know. I don't really have any direction right now. I was just like, okay, I need to. One, I was like, I'm focused on like expanding the island,
Uh-huh.
which I don't know if it's necessary, but it makes it easier for me.
Oh yeah, sure. The more space, the better,
Um,
right?
Yeah. And then as far as the cryogenic plants go, we have product down here to make the cryogenic plants. We just need to make them.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't necessarily know what I'm going to use them for yet. Which is super important information, but I haven't gotten that far in my thought process yet.
I gotcha. Yeah, slow is steady after all. Slow is
Yeah.
steady.
Slow is steady or something like that.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so I'm looking at kind of the layout you're getting here. Very square. I like it. I appreciate it.
Yep.
And what I'm thinking is, I like that. I like that. You got some plans coming up. And I do think, ooh, there it is, the cryogenic look back. Oh boy.
Yep.
I can't wait. I can't wait. Yeah, so the biggest thing you're going to want is you're going to want to figure out your chain, basically. That's going to take you from your shipments, right? So you could do... This is going to kind of involve deciding how you're going to use your ship, because your Titan now is the only ship that's able to make it to Aquilo, right?
Yeah.
So you need to figure out, do you want that ship to handle bringing materials to Aquilo and then also shipping the science back? Or do you need to have a second ship that's dedicated to transporting the science and then one that's transporting and acquiring material? Does that make sense?
Yeah. Well, I think for starters, the Titan needs to be a little more complex on the circuitry.
Mhm.
Where like it can't leave unless the the rockets are above 1,000 or something like that.
Right.
Which it's at right now, but it's only reading 200. I gotta figure that out. But yeah, like the idea behind the lights that I put on the back of the ship were to give me a, okay, 4 green lights, we're good to go. But I've been
Right, yeah.
reading this combinator because it's giving me a more accurate readout of what I have. And like basically saying, okay, if it doesn't have these goods, then it can't take off.
hmm
And then we should be good just to use it to transport stuff.
Yep, and then you can use that if you wire it up directly to the to the hub itself. You can then
Yeah.
bake it into the schedules here, and there's a weight condition that's actually a circuit condition that you can check.
Okay.
So since you're already doing like these green lights over here, you can then check for like, what is it, three green lights?
It's 4.
Oh, I see the fourth one now. So you got 4 green lights. Wait until all 4 are green, and then it's good to go. So you
Yeah.
could have it be like, when it's at Aquilo, wait for all 4 lights to be green and a certain amount of science, right?
Yeah.
Because then that way you're able to, this is the difficult bit, is that you have to balance, how much material are you bringing when you have it automated, and how much science will that actually produce, right?
Yeah.
Because if you do it where you have it set up that it only leaves with so much science, but you brought enough materials that only makes half of that, the ship will never leave, and then it'll never bring materials back. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
So there's going to be kind of a balance. You might have to do a little bit of math. I know I scared open with the the spreadsheet and stuff. This particular math you wouldn't need a spreadsheet for. It's a very, just kind of like a one-to-one relationship, right? You bring
Yeah.
X many material to make B amount. Let me rephrase that. X amount of material to make Y amount of science. So you're expecting Y amount. So when you hit Y amount, that's when you go back, drop it off, and then get the material to make another X, and rinse and repeat, right?
Yeah.
That would be the most ideal way to do it. It's a little bit slower, but since the science doesn't have spoilage or anything, it doesn't matter if it's slow. Because you can get the science up, at least get some coming in, and then we can get some science up, and then get stuff to make a better ship that's better able to provide and move from Aquilo.
Yeah.
Because Aquilo is the final planet where we unlock the last of the unique technologies that we can get, and then we have all the tools at our disposal to not only transport from Aquilo and all the other planets, but also all of the tools available to use to get to the edge of the solar system, which is the end goal, essentially.
Yeah.
End goal, quote unquote. Because it never truly ends, does it?
No, it never does. Okay, we have some cryo plants. Oh, those are big.
Yeah. They are big, yes.
And we can use them to make other cryo plants. Oh, hold on.
Yep. So remember, these things don't have the base productivity bonus that all the other unique buildings have.
Oh, so there's no point in using them.
No,
if I
there
already have
is.
the setup.
No, there is, because your assembly machine 3 has 4
Uh-huh.
module slots, right?
Yeah. Oh, this has like 12
This has
or something like that,
8.
right?
This has 8.
Yeah.
Which is
Okay, but
nutty, by the way.
If I'm just using a base, setup, like I'm not putting any modules in it right now, it's not really.
Other
any
than to see
different.
the super freaking sick, animations that come with it.
Okay.
And they are pretty sick, I'm not gonna lie, yes. Like, it's ridiculous how cool. Like, it's literally my favorite building. I'm dead positive it's my favorite building. And once you see the way it looks, you're gonna agree. I just know it. You have to see it in action, though. It's just, it's mint. Do you have the materials to make a rocket silo yet?
I have a rocket silo built, yeah,
You have one built? Where?
in my pocket.
Ooh, just gotta decide where you're gonna put it, huh?
Yeah.
I got you.
Which, I mean,
Well, no, you can
My
hold off on it
initial-
because you're not sending anything yet. But
yeah.
I'll just make
my
sure that,
initial thought process was use these fancy new unloading bays because all the resources are going to go into the freaking thing, so I can just put it right next to it for now, just to have the one. If there was something I needed to get off site,
you mean
but
like go from landing pad to rocket silo?
yeah.
Are
You
you
have the cargo landing pads, and then you have the unloading bays. So you could literally just put down the rocket silo right next to it, and just feed it straight from the cargo landing pad.
Oh, you mean in terms of like its rocket parts?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. But I mean, the only thing that you would probably not be doing that is the rocket fuel, because you can make the rocket fuel locally.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like it. I like it. It's a good idea.
It's just an idea for the, off the bat
Yeah.
kind of.
Well, because that's the thing is, with Aquilo, it is the one planet that it's not going to ever be fully self-sufficient, right?
Yeah.
So you have to kind of accept that, and this is where it forces you to think about the interplanetary logistics of it all now.
Yeah.
Which, again, I don't think that's a bad thing. I don't think it's a bad deal at all.
No, of course not.
Okay, let's see. We got like about 45 minutes left for
Guys.
tonight. How are we
Yeah.
feeling here?
Good, man. Putting some robots into the network.
That's good. We'd like to see that. Now you're getting your actual logistic bots in.
Yeah. They're gonna be so trash.
Oh man, yeah, you can already see right there. In
Yeah.
order to get like from here to here, they already have to get charged once and then twice.
Yep. Yeah.
That that greatly slows them down.
Yeah.
But for something as low low throughput as getting this solid fuel over, doesn't even matter.
Yeah.
Other stuff it will matter, but this one doesn't matter all that much.
Yeah. And then we should have a pretty healthy size island here. I am concerned about some production side of things, but I think it'll self-regulate.
Okay.
Obviously, like the reactor, I was just like, okay, I need to throw something down to get this working right away because I'm like missing something,
Uh-huh.
and now I get it. But I think the reactor would be good in terms of keeping it on the planet, like having a reactor set up for it.
Yeah, you can keep it there because it's always good to have a backup power source, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So you're primarily using the stuff that you're making locally, and then if for some reason that goes wrong, you then have, all these fuel cells here that are now going to be able to kick in and take over that, at least for part of it,
Yeah.
Obviously, they won't last forever themselves, but they'll at least give you an option. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, dude, those robots are struggling.
Yep. Yes, they are. And they will struggle forever.
Yep. And I mean, we've got a pretty good size island going with what we've got, so I'm happy about that.
Yeah, it's not going to take that long for it to really flesh it out.
No.
It just feels like forever because you don't have anything else to really do right now.
Yeah. No, I know. But
Like,
I mean,
there's some things that you could be doing, but it feels like you can't do much. You know what I mean?
yeah.
So, like, for example, you could bring, like, a big power pole, get this thing powered, and get your fluoroketone coming. Or fluorine, excuse me. And
Yeah.
starting on getting that fluoroketone and, all the other good stuff. The juicy stuff, as it were. Yeah, because that just takes your solid fuel, some lithium, a little bit of that fluorine, and then it gives you a use for that ammonia too. You know what I mean.
Yeah.
So that's the other thing, is like you have the problem of this backing up because it's backing up your ammonia, you know.
Yeah.
So starting up on something that you already need anyway, you need the fluoroketone for stuff. So it gives you another
Yeah.
use for that ammonia that can kind of get crunched down into that.
The one thing that's gonna be interesting is the lithium recipe to make like raw lithium, because it only makes 5. So like, would I want to throw like what is it, prod mods in there to like get the most out of the holmium plate?
Prod mods in which one specifically again?
In the cryo plant.
Well, okay, yeah, but what's the thing that you're trying to make?
Raw lithium.
The raw lithium. Okay. Let's see. That is not what I meant to do. I just, I accidentally, I thought I was grabbing your cryo plants, and I accidentally just ejected them into your logistic network. I apologize.
Oh, cool.
Okay, yeah, so you can do the productivity, and I would say yes, because if the optimization you're doing with that is you're reducing the amount of holmium plate that you need, right?
Yeah.
But the trade-off is going to be the speed, right?
Yeah.
So what you could do is you can, fill your cryogenic plant up to the brim with those prod mods, and then you could add speed modules to the to the beacon, and then you're getting as much productivity as you can out of it, and then just speeding up that trickle that you're gonna get.
Yeah. Yeah, this will be a fun little project to work on over the weekend when I get some time.
Mm-hmm.
Because, yeah.
The brain's frying.
No, it's not that. It's just like I see where it's gonna go. I need to like really flesh it out, and I don't have enough time to do that tonight.
That's fair.
So, you know.
Yeah, I got you.
But it is good. I'm glad that I found, that little thing so close.
Yeah, does that
And then,
make you
like-
feel a little better?
Yeah, and then like this is close enough that I should just be able to run, like, I don't know. I'm gonna have to figure that out.
Oh yeah.
It's close, but it's far, Like,
Yeah.
it's just on the edge of where I want it to be, but
Mhm. It won't be too bad
at the same
though.
time I get it. Yeah. I'm thinking of just running a land bridge down to it and putting the same setup that I had over here, but that's gonna be such a pain to like feed with the bots. 'Cause they're
Yes.
so slow.
Mm-hmm. Yep, so you'll have to engineer a solution to that either by doubling down on the bot angle and figure out how to get the bots to do what you want, or you got to figure out a belt solution for it.
Yeah.
And both ways,
thinking-
I can see both working. Just depends on how you want to go about it.
Yeah. Well, I can't do belts. I'd have to do pipes because it's gonna come out of a pump jack.
Yeah, but how are you gonna handle the heating?
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Uh-huh.
Belting down a
fuel source, yeah.
fuel source. Yeah. Because I could even, it's kind of a gap, but if I set up like, so I don't have to belt it all the way, but if I sent like a heating tower here,
Mhm.
it would be like half the distance for the belt, Wouldn't be horrible.
I mean, like right
this
now you've got
Technically is pretty far, like
wait, and
I'm
you're already
following the line.
you're sitting at like 825 ish like Celsius at the edge here, it can go
Yeah.
farther.
Yeah.
Especially if you continue to feed it, voraciously.
Yeah.
Which you obviously can. You have the output for it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So you can try that, and then
It's
if it
true.
looks like it's enough, just, stick with that. Don't have to worry about the halfway point then. Just as long as you're able to continue that level of fuel production, basically. That's the only thing that you have to be concerned about is that level of fuel production, right?
Yeah.
But as long as you can maintain it, then nothing's saying that you can't do it. It's just, again, running those heating pipes in parallel with your liquid pipes and just making sure it's all good with that. I like that. Very aesthetic.
Yeah. It's gotta be. It's gotta be. Yeah, because then this will give me some space to work on this little island out here.
Yes, it'll be perfect. It'll be beyond reproach, as they say.
Yeah.
I don't know who they are, but they're pretty cool, I've heard.
Yeah, I bet. I bet.
Alright, so do you want to call it early tonight since there's, not a whole lot you can do right now, or...
Yeah, I'd say we can call it early. I think it's a good time to jump off and, reflect on our thoughts.
Yes. Dive into, introspect, as it were.
Yeah. I feel like I made some good progress with the base. It's just I don't know. For now, I think I have to turn off these wires though.
Yeah, that's fine. You can come back to it, later and all that.
Yeah, because otherwise we're gonna run out of power like we are right now. It'll catch up. Yeah, it's just the ice cube production needs to be constant.
Yeah.
So oh, and then I gotta turn off the freaking that. Oops. That was almost bad. They would have just been picking up nothing anyways.
I got you.
Okay, cool, man. Yeah, let me grab a save.
Yeah,
I
I'll
think,
grab mine too.
yeah, you grab yours. And then I'm host, so I'll wait until you end your stream, but I'm gonna hop off, sir.
I'm already gone. I'm already
You
out
left.
of there.
Just kidding. Okay, well then, never mind. Thank you for the games today, sir.
Oh yes, thank you for being here. Thank you for showing up on time.
Oh, always. Yes. Alrighty. Bye.
Bye. Okay, that's it for tonight. Great stream. Thank you, Mick. I appreciate that. Yeah, we're ending a little bit early tonight, mostly because this weekend we had a lot of sick kids, and my wife was sick. I got a little bit sick as well, so I'm still a little tired from that. I wanted to push it out a little bit more, work on some stuff, but I think it's good to. I think it's good that I just go and probably knock out. Since I got stuff to do tomorrow anyway, I've always got stuff to do. Oh. But we will be back on Wednesday. Being a bit sick isn't anything new, sir. I am pretty sick in the head. That's I can't deny that one. I am afraid that one is quite valid. It's quite valid indeed. Yes, yes. I don't know how else to. I don't know how else to tell you. This is the way that it is. This is the way that it be. Let's see. Who do we raid? Should I kick you guys over to Mahalik, or should we do Bunny? Oh wait, no. Bunny appears to be ending right. Meow. I think. No, never mind. Nah. Let's just go ahead. We're gonna raid Mahalik. We're gonna raid Mahalik. Mahalik deserves a little bit of love. So guys, he's playing Factorio as well. Don't forget to go give him some love. Make sure that he knows that we all love him a whole lot, a whole hell of a lot. And I will see you guys back here, I hope, on Wednesday. It'll be a good time. Gooner alert, I know. Gooner. But yeah, right over to Mahalik, and I'll catch you guys on Wednesday.